alpha launch. You know that logo? What logo? Oh, the one that you had to redraw by hand. Yeah, that logo. You did a lot more on that than I was expecting. Like, I'm very happy with how those thumbnails look now. High rot? Uh-oh. I read that as Pound Club. I was about to ask a couple questions. I don't know. I need a fort name. Orange Greed. Orange, are you greedy? Something like that, Rach, please. Yeah. Sullen Haven, Iron Cavern, Golden Den, Brave Cave, Brave Cave, Brave Ore. I don't like that one at all. Chad, I need a name for this fort, or a settlement name. Chat, what did you have for lunch? And if you didn't have lunch today, what did you have for lunch yesterday? Oxtailburgers. That's gonna be the name of this settlement. Oxtailburgers. It's delicious. Damn, there's like no trees on this map. All over there. And I guess up top there. What down here? I guess we're going up here then. Problem is we real far away from river. So I learned that if you chop down every tree on the map in this game, they won't grow back. Which I think is interesting because trees naturally spread seeds around their base. So if you just like clear cut an entire forest, you'll never get trees again, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, huzzah, to hail Oxtailburgers. All hail the oxtail. We need to find a settling spot. So probably right there, I think. That seems good. We're going to have to irrigate some stuff, but it should be fine. All right, so I think that this stuff is still turned on. I'm just going to disconnect the Twitch integration, and we're just gonna name people. So obviously, like, I don't have, you know, a way to read their actual thoughts because they don't really have much. But Cyrolac, you're pretty. Look at that. You've got beautiful little hairs. Who's next? Let's say I are stupid. Who else do we got here? Well, that's Prosectra. Prosectra is here, so we can just leave Prosectra. Stone, we can just leave Stone. Perfect. Because the Twitch integration just automatically names people. What kind of name is Rari? We can leave that. Another TTV viewer. Let's go. Joust Craft. And I need one more. Who wants to be the last one? Let's say Nixumia. How's that? Perfect. Done. We now have named dwarves. Okay, so before we do anything, let's just get some of these some farming zones. Yeah, this is probably going to be not the last stream, but the last stream for a little bit I do of this game until they patch it again. Ideally with more content. You can just let them start working on that. This is kind of like me starting to get close to the end-ish of streaming this game consistently. I do quite enjoy what is here, and I will play more in the future, of course. But looks suspiciously like DF. Well, here's actually like the thing that I'll do. And I'm not gonna do the is this like this game? Is this like this game? It's a colony builders, so it's gonna look like other colony builders. Surprise, surprise. Have a peek at the roadmap, because that's what actually matters. Carrots. First year, we'll do carrots, corn, potato, tomato, and Polyland subscribes at tier 1. Thank you very much. Cheers. For that brand new subscription. And Jouscraft with the Prime sub.
Prime sub.
Thank you much. First sub on Twitch. Damn. Why'd you decide to give it to me? Gotta do some irrigation. Well, thank you very much, Ollie. Thank you very much. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, as well as the 5th month, of course, from Joustcraft as well. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes and shit. And of course, chat. Can I get a couple more beers posted? Yeah, what is ads? Sometimes you see ads in Twitch. Sometimes you don't see ads in Twitch. Yeah, Paranoid, I tend to agree with you, and it's really difficult for me to, like, compare games, because, like, how do you compare Mario to Sonic? It's kind of almost the same ask when people are just like, well, how do you compare this to that? It's like, well, I don't know if I can. Like, legitimately, I don't know if I can. Generally, when people ask me, it's like, can you compare this to this? It's like, I probably, maybe? I could try, but, like, it's not really optimal, I guess. So it's going to take them a little while to get all this stuff done. So we can, I think mainly what I'm going to be doing today is just kind of chilling and let this run slowly. But what I'm doing in the background here is tweaking a few... Uh-oh. That's concerning. But what I just did in the background is I tweaked a few things so that I can now do this. Hey! Turn the camera on a little bit. In case I decide to turn the camera on. Also, Swordsman, what's up? If anybody else has a Prime sub or 100 bits on their account, you can make that into a hype train if you wanted. Hypothetically. They're both side scrolls? Okay, so they fit in the same genre. It's just like Tetris and Puyo Puyo. How do you compare the two of them? They're both puzzle games. Hack those down. I've never tried, to be honest, Stone. Cheers, Swordsman. There, you done did it. You done made it into a hyper-trained. Thank you very much for the 16th month, and welcome back, man. Power through the night. Bezos bucks. They're not really Bezos bucks now. They're more just Amazon bucks now. So they're just going to dig all the way along here, all the way to that. Zonbucks? Is that the last name of the new CEO? Because I can never remember, to be honest. And I'm just going to make like a little room down here. And this is just going to be for tools. We're actually just going to crank up the priority on this. Just have a little tools spot down there. Oh, it's Zombucks. I get it. Amazon bucks. Zombies? Yeah, no, not that kind of zom. Can confirm. So this is going to be for tools. So that, like, my cauldron doesn't, you know, fall apart and cease working. Where did we go? All fucked off into the forest, I guess. Seems like it. Gonna say, you guys should technically be going for this. Maybe they're, like, socializing or something silly like that. Weird. Zombits. Zombits are RPG bits? Well, the thing is, Twitch does such a good job of hiding the Twitch RPG stuff that most people don't even realize that it exists. Even though it very much does, most people just don't. So we can put wood here and other materials that are needed. That won't go bad over time. Who's that? It's stone. Look at stone. I do like the way the different dwarves look. I mean, look at that beard. Like, that's kind of incredible. Stone's coming down here to do some mining. What are your jobs, Stone? You're a carpenter and a miner. We're going to give you a third task is farming once you're not carpenting or mining. Last 3 have been too late. Oh, really? Well, I guess there is maybe more people in there, but they're not really, like, increasing the payouts. That's the problem. It's still just, like, first 300 people to sign up get $1, right? They're not exactly dishing out billions or anything. We do need a little bit more on the hype train to actually get emotes out of it, though, friends. Regardless, though, thanks for the resubs. And the brand new sub as well. But if anybody else has a prime resub, could bump us back up. Or not. Doesn't really matter either way. All right, so this down here is going to be a tools stockpile. You really got concerned about the new umbrella truck around these parts? Umbrella truck? Is this some Quebec Frenchy stuff? What the heck's an umbrella truck? I have so many questions. Oh, there's umbrella, like, Resident Evil trucks driving around where you're at? Every now and again, we'll get, like, a Konami truck. But, okay, so some of you guys might know that Konami, their actual business is gambling, right? They make casinos. Some of you might know that. Anyway, Konami has a Konami-branded Konami truck that drives around these parts relatively frequently. But it's not actually like Konami games. It's Konami gaming, air quotes. So it's their casino stuff. It's their casino business. And it's like their these people they drive and they maintain the slot machines that Konami makes. And so every now and again I'll just see like this unmarked white van or this white van that just has a giant Konami logo on the side, and it always confuses the fuck out of me when I see it. And then I remember, oh right, yeah, they're probably going to the casino. And I see it every now and again. I've seen pictures of them on Reddit too, which always weirds me out briefly. Make you into wheat. Well, actually, let's just make you into more tomatoes if I can. And then zones, stockpiles, tools. Keep expanding this because we want to get that cauldron inside before it rusts. Otherwise, they will be unusable, and we will brick our own game. Especially if we lose the anvil. Which I've lost before in this. which is not a good time. There's actually a pretty active group who dresses up as Umbrella Corp mercs here. And they just have, like, full riot gear. And they just, like, go on marches and shit. They're kind of funny. They're very... You see them around quite a bit on Walk Like a Zombie Day. Well, this isn't Kit Fox at all. So this is King Under the Mountain. This is a game that I backed in 2018, before the Kit Fox version was even announced. It's a kind of a 2D colony builder in a fantasy theme, not too dissimilar to Dwarf Fortress, but has a lot more in common with what you might call it, classic 2D Dwarf Fortress versus more modern stuff, which you could purchase today on Steam if you feel like it, or don't. I'm not your mom. Do what you want with your money. No, more like Dwarf Fortress. Very little like RimWorld, actually. Because it's aiming to have the unnecessary simulation. This plays almost nothing like RimWorld, aside from the view perspective and the art. It's like saying that Prison Architect plays just like RimWorld. It's got a lot of simulation going on, which makes it interesting. And I'm so tired of answering that question, by the way. Is this like RimWorld? No, not really. I have thousands of hours in RimWorld and thousands of hours in Dwarf Fort, and this plays a lot like Dwarf Fort and not a lot like Rim. If you try and play this like Rim, you will have a bad time. Also, have a peek at this roadmap, which I already linked. Yes, absolutely. It's definitely an Escape from Tarkov Hades hybrid. Yes, you nailed it. Perfect. It's exactly like both of those video games. I think I'm going to give them a sleeping zone here so they all wake up in the same spot. That is the most accurate thing that's been stated in the chat all day about this game. It's like, I see. It's a... clearly an Escape from Tarkov clone. It's just a colony builder. That's all it is. I thought this was NHL 2023. Are they even making an NHL this year? That's a genuine question. The thing that has me real curious about this game is that the combat is planned to be turn-based. I think that this is going to be really interesting once it gets its combat in. But I would say that this game, it's going to end up playing more like Songs of Six, because you don't have any direct control over your dwarves. They just do their own thing, which makes it a lot more dwarfy and a lot less RimWorldy, because RimWorld, you're spending a lot more time like manually selecting people and telling them to do things. But this is going to be a lot more macro and much less micro. But anyway, I don't really want to just sit here and compare games. You know, I know two people who work on NHL, and they would cry, but also probably agree with you if you said that. An old bartender that I used to know who used to own a bar in Vancouver is their co-head of QA, which sucks because those games always come out completely fucking busted, and I'm always like, oh man, Steve, I feel so bad for you. He works in EA Vancouver. Just need them to put that iron cauldron away. Guys, wake up. Come on. Today's like, it's 8:20 in the morning and you're not up yet? Come on, get up. 8:50. 9 a.m. Come on, what the fuck? You're a baker. You lazy twits. What the hell? Don't need hunters. Don't have any hunters. Stone knows what's up. Just zzz all day. Baker is baked. We haven't even grown the hemp yet. That's going to be in that field because we're going to need to make clothing at some point, but has not been watered and is growing slowly. And is also affected by pests. Got a lot of trenches to grow. Because the people who buy them, Orange, are not plugged into news and they don't realize it. You remember how when you were young, and I was this way too, when you didn't play games that you liked necessarily, you played games that you had. So it wasn't a, yo, I play this game because I love this game and I know everything about this game and I enjoy this game. You play this game because this is what grandma gave me for Christmas last year and it's the only game I have, so fuck it, I'm going to play it. That's what a lot of people who play those games are like, right? It's a lot of younger audiences and people who they've just always played the new Far Cry. They've always played the new Madden. They've always played the new FIFA. So they just, it's ignorance is bliss. It's lack of knowledge. It's people who are just simply blatantly unaware of the lack of quality that they're putting their money into, which is why those people who are purchasing, you know, NHL year in and year out and it's still busted, it genuinely, they just don't know what they're buying. And that sucks, but it's the reality. I just put IR stupid on mining. We've got more stuff getting sown. That's good. More of this down, more of this down. And then the last piece. You're the white-haired grandma? No, you're a redhead. You're this one. You're carrying 38 rock bread. You're very happy. You're optimistic about a new settlement? That's you. I also had lemmings and zumbinis. I didn't have Ocarina of Time, though. I spent so much time playing the fucking Magic School Bus games because they were what I had. And largely, like, it wasn't because those games were good. It was just because they were the games that I had. And that was the case for the vast majority of the games that I played. It was like, well, these games aren't great, but they're what I have, so I will make do. Where in the world? Did you have Where in the Word, or Where in Time, or Where in History, or... Because I had like 5 or 6 various Carmen Sandiego games, and I loved all of them. No, totally. I also did. But, like, I look back on the games that I had when I was younger, and a lot of them were arguably terrible. You know, like, I remember a friend of mine swearing up and down, left and right, that this Harry Potter game that he had was incredible. And I remember kind of, like, calling bullshit on that, just being like, yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, dude. But he still, like, would not, like, state anything else. He was like, no, this game is fantastic. And I would always be like, dude, I'm just gonna doubt, but I guess I'll believe you because you seem to like it, so thus it must be fantastic. Turns out, like, when I looked it up later in life, it had horrendously terrible reviews. Nobody liked it. But he did, because it was the one game that he had, right? You live next to a Blockbuster, and I'm assuming you would just rent your games. See, we wouldn't rent games because we rented movies because that's what Mom and Dad wanted. They didn't care about games. They just wanted movies. And that's what the sisters wanted, is they wanted movies. So we never rented games. Which means I got one game. Please move that to there. Do they still rent movies? No, but they do get movies from the library. Quite frequently. Okay, so we've got carrots that are going. What are you doing? I'm going to take you off of that and give you farming. What we actually need done. Movies from the library? Yeah, they have DVDs, VHSs, and Blu-rays at the library here. Almost all Canadian libraries have 3D printers, yeah, and you can just go and 3D print. It's like printing paper. You have to pay for the materials, but you can do it. All right, let's see if I can get a mason shop set up. A little cramped. I'll be moving all this stuff later. I have a question, Nix. Have you seen have you seen what's the name of that show? Altered Carbon Season 2? Because if you've seen Altered Carbon Season 2, you've seen my public library. Okay. Well, like, the entirety of that show takes place in and around my public library. Which I think is kind of hilarious. To the point where, like, that show was all, like, not watchable for me. Because, like, they didn't dress it up at all. It's, like, legit, they just moved the shelves, and, like, it's just my public library. Like, all of the offices are, like, the meeting rooms in my public library. All of the, like, one of the hotel rooms in that show is, like, just, it's just my public library with a bed in it. Like, need to move that cauldron in. Somebody move that cauldron in. Let's just crank up that priority on the stockpile and see if they... I also need I need a tools shop. I need the mason shop, and I need a few things. Please get that moved. Anybody? No? Sads. Eternal sad. Bringing all the tools over there. Just grab that. Put that away. Or don't. That or I just need to make a kitchen, I guess. Because if you leave your cauldron out too long, it will just, like, stop being a cauldron. It'll turn into a pile of dust. It's kind of great until it, like, ruins shows. And I'm at the point now with... I mean, maybe I'm just petty, but it does actively make shows less enjoyable for me. When it's just like, oh, well, yeah, that's just here. Like, they didn't even try. Which is how I feel about a lot of shows that are just like, yeah, it's a Netflix show. Cool. So we are starting to make rock tools or things out of stone again. We still haven't brought the fucking cauldron in. I think it's ridiculous. Let's also make a... Where'd it go? carpentry. Masonry, bedroom, farm plot, brewery, mushroom, feasting, textile. Sawmill and carpentry is what we need. So let's do sawmill first. And then carpentry. We'll move all of these inside once I can. Because this will also make us fishing gear so that we can fish. I think, you know what, we'll just do it this way. Let's make a kitchen. Put it in here, and just put the cauldron right there. just move it under cover. Just right now, just do that, please. It's not been watered recently and is growing slowly. And with our tomatoes, we got more tomatoes growing, so that's good. Also put a kitchen workshop right there. All of this is going to have to be moved inside, because that's carpentry, that's a sawmill. This is also going to have to get moved. So all three of these shops are going to have to get moved inside once we have space. But the way I'm building this is going to take a little bit. And then they're going to make hunting stuff up here after they make barrels, staves, and everything. And then we can start hunting these wild boars. I'm making wild boar soup, which I'm sure will be delicious. I haven't tried it, but I'm sure it'll be tasty. But yeah, no, there's actually a lot of things that people, I think, in the current generation don't realize about public libraries. Like the fact that libraries, you know, we think of them as like stuff that are meant for books, right? Like, you know, you think about libraries and it's like, oh yeah, it's the place where you go get the books. But we don't realize that, like, oh, they're actually just a place where information is shared, right? So what is information? Well, information is music, information is media, information is access to physical media, information is access to books, obviously, films. I used to get, like back in the day, I used to go to the libraries and I would get CDs with audiobooks and CDs with music on them from the library. And I would take them home and I would rip them. I mean, like, maybe you're not supposed to do that, but I mean, if someone wanted to take a book home from the library and take a photograph of every single page, I mean, who's going to stop you, right? I'm sure people have done that. I'm sure someone's, like, scanned in an entire book from the library, so why can't I, like, you know, take audiobooks in from the library and then, like, copy them, which I definitely did. It's not stealing, it's creative, means of acquiring thing, I guess. What, just copied books? I mean, I wouldn't know anything about that, but did they? I was preserving media for my own use later. I think products is what I need a stockpile for, which is where these gears and stuff are coming from. And with those little pipes. Now they're making barrels. Barrels is like a 4-step process. They have to make staves, they have to make hoops, and then they make barrels. There's another step in there. There's another piece that they need. We had a field trip to the library to learn how to use their computers and log into the internet. And there was somebody in chat who was stating that their daughter, who is 6, set her alarm to go off at 3 a.m. so she could wake up and wish her dad a happy birthday. And he's like, I didn't even know she knew that it was my birthday, and I also didn't know that she knew how to set an alarm on her phone. And I'm sitting here going like, your 6-year-old has a phone? Like, I didn't get a phone until I bought one because I had a job. So now we have a kitchen and we're getting a butchery table. And then we're going to put a water barrel there so we can just get water from there instead of running all the way over the river. Speed things up dramatically. Another nice feature about this game is time speeds up automatically to top speed at night and then goes back down to whatever you had it before. So once everybody's asleep, time speeds up. We said it was preserving history. I mean, on one hand, I wouldn't disagree. There's a cavern back here. Something that I thought was kind of funny is somebody pointed out in my YouTube comments that you can still download Meph's tile set with the Wayback Machine. Which is completely true. You can still download Meph's tile set with the Wayback Machine. And I think that's kind of amazing. Was grade 6 when you started camping? I got my first flip phone in 2008, which had 20 minutes of talk time and 300 texts a month. So I had to use it very sparingly. All right, so now we can try and make an underground mushroom farm. We need to try this. Mushroom farm. Oop. I don't know what mushrooms we have. Let's just remove this for right now. But that's going to be made into a mushroom farm. We're going to have to see what we can do with that. Nope, it was taken down. If you missed the news, then I'm not going to explain it to you, Mark, because this is news from a few days ago and I don't feel like talking about drama. Go look at my YouTube channel and watch the video that got the most views in the last 3 weeks. And if you don't have good takes, please don't share them, because I'm tired of seeing them. You didn't want a phone and eventually your mother insisted you carry one. You were 18 and you would come in handy a year before when you had to wave down a stranger. Oh, yeah. No, that's a valid reason to need a phone. I hope that you were okay. Got all these little guys bringing the... Actually, it's kind of incredible how slow this game moves on slowest speed. Like, it's damn near slow-mo speed. You also have fishing rods. So up here... that can be our feasting hall. And this is going to be higher priority than everything else. We can make this into our feasting hall. Kind of looks like a weird, strong, long Space Invader right now. Accidentally? Damn. Well, I'm glad you made it through. It does kind of look alienating. It'll fit the rest of the aesthetic a bit more once it's done. I do have like an idea of how I'm gonna make it look. I was also gonna do this, but this doesn't exactly make it better. It looks more like a Space Invader now. but it's fine. It's a dining hall from outer space! Also, let's move the sleeping space inside. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. The chef pick is out of this world. Well, I mean, currently we're using the chef picks to mine it out, so. Let's also put a food stockpile. Need a spot for. Guess I could put that there. For right now. Hey, Psychon, how are we? Good to see you. I just kind of need to get, like, the basis of this little fortress set up. Once we're kind of done with that, life's going to be a lot easier. Okay, cool. We also have fish coming in, which is another thing that we need. Because I do have quite a few fisher dwarves. Signed up, believe it or not. So this up here is just going to be our feasting hall, where the food is going to be brought. Because right now, like, they're making soup down there in the bottom right, but it's not super useful unless I have somewhere to put the soup. So we're going to give them a water barrel up here. And this. And then once this is done being mined out, then I can extend it all the way and we can put tables and chairs in. Although, actually, I think I could probably just start building the table in the middle, but... I'm also going to replace all of these rock walls with pillars. Well, right now it's useful. It's just they're not going to get full benefits out of it until it's, you know. They're not going to get their full benefits out of them until they are served next to a table. Let's try just hunting some wild boar. Pretty sure I have at least one person assigned to hunting. Nope, but now I do. The next thing that we need to do is we need to get them into separate bedrooms, because currently they're very upset because they don't like, you know, sleeping on the hard floor next to each other. They wanna have some privacy, and you know what? I respect that. See, now they're eating the soup, but they now want a table to sit at. Slept under the stars, -20. Ate a nicely prepared meal, slept on rough ground. Boo. This is one of those games where, Chad, if you pick it up and you end up playing it, I'd love to know what you think. One thing I will say, though, is I think it unfortunately doesn't have a demo anymore, which I think is a huge bummer. I wish it still had a demo, but Nixumi has died due to critical organ damage. Did you just get gang beaten to death by a bunch of wild boar? I think you did. All right, so wild boar dangerous. Don't hunt wild boar. Noted. It's okay. Less meals needed for the winter. And apologies. By the way, how could I let this happen to you? You're asking me that? Just like real life. Yeah, critical organ damage. Well, I don't know. I mean, learning games like this is all about experimentation, right? I haven't seen wild boar before. All right, let's try fighting wild boar. Elephants also dangerous, as I've learned. Deer and foxes, very easy to hunt, though. So, it's okay, though. We needed to thin out the herd for next year. At least you get a proper burial. I mean, you'll get a burial. I don't know if we can define it as proper, but you'll get a burial. Light damage to brain, light damage to intestines, light damage to right kidney. This is stuff that has me super excited because they are doing proper body, what's the word? Simulation stuffs. And there you go. Goodbye, Nexumia. F's to pay respects. Yeah, well, I still had to test it for science. Tygo.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday? Is it your birthday or something? Or are you talking about your subby birthday? Thank you very much for subbing for 2 years! Here's dude. 2 years! How does it feel to have spent 2 years of your life watching this nightmare of a channel? Probably longer, actually. How do you feel old? How do you think I feel, man? How do you think I feel? I've had a sub button for 54 months. Happy birthday, FGC. That's accurate. I'm gonna screenshot that, cutest. And at FG with it. I already did. She gets wished happy birthday in other streamers' streams unrelated to my team that don't really watch her. Like, she'll just go into a random channel and just be like, hey, and they'll be like, oh, happy birthday, FG. What the fuck? Of all of the dumb jokes to have about you, happy birthday, FG is not the worst one. Come on. I'm an alcoholic by meme standards, which also isn't entirely inaccurate. But it's just always FG's birthday. And you know what? Frankly, I wish it was always my birthday. Imagine how many gifts I'd get if it was always my birthday. Hey! On the bright side, Nix, you were able to kill at least one wild boar. We do have one wild boar on the butcher table now. And Prosectra is cutting it up. And we now get one wild boar steak. So your death was not entirely in vain. We are at the very least getting some food provided for the next, like, 2 meals. All right, so this is the feasting table. It seems kind of like a waste of space. Let's put it there. And let's go into here, pillar, and make you out of limestone. You know, that's pretty common around here too. One of my favorite things that I used to do on my one of the only things I used to do on my birthday, this was before diabetes. I don't really do this anymore, or at least I didn't do this last year. But I would just go from place to place to place to place to place and see what I could get for free on my birthday. It was actually kind of a lot of fun. Uh-oh. There's nothing available for harvest. All right, well, let's just slow the game down. Hunt you, little fox. Some of these look harvestable. Seem to be. Those mushrooms are, though. We can try planting a mushroom farm back here. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, no, that's kind of common. So like birthdays here used to always just be like, all right, let's see. I can get 3 things of free bubble tea at the different bubble tea places. I can get a free coffee at Starbucks, free burger at McDonald's, free slice of pizza at this place, and by the end of it, I just feel sick. Never had bubble tea? It's fine. That's my take on bubble tea. It's fine. It's not all that. We're eating carrot and pike soup. Carrot and fish soup. Sounds like something Bellinair would make. Carrot and fish soup. Chat, thoughts on bubble tea? Go. I want to know chat's review of bubble tea. Because my take is it's fine. Like, kind of nothing super special. Like, I could go the rest of my life with never having bubble tea again, and I'd be okay. Overpriced yuck. Best thing ever. It's an alright novelty. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Alien. Kind of with you. Alright novelty. What's that? Exactly. It's a drinkish thing. So one of the things that blew my mind the last time I was in a bubble tea place, and this was years ago, I was in there with a friend of mine, and I got a milk tea with pearls, and she got something else. Thank you very much for the 1 year!
This streak is like days late.
That's fine. Thank you very much for 12 months, 1 year of Prime subs. Alien Slayer. Cheers, dude. But the thing that absolutely blew my fucking mind, we had a 2-year resub and now a 1-year resub. That's crazy. But the thing that absolutely blew my mind was while we were in there, like I ordered my milk tea, my friend ordered her drink, and then this lady that was right behind us who started ordering while we were sitting there, right? And she ordered this, okay? She wanted avocado, okay? She wanted avocado and milk tea, blended, with no pearls, no sweetener, and no base. So basically no base flavoring, no sweetener, no pearls, avocado, water, and a little bit of black tea blended. And because of like the way the pricing works, the girl working there just looks at her and goes, you know, you could make this at home for like 1/10 of the price. And she goes, what do you mean? She goes, well, like legit, you could just take half an avocado, blend it with milk tea, which is just a little bit of milk and a little bit of black tea with no sweetener and ice cubes. That's all that this is. She goes, yeah, but I want it. I want the experience of it in the cup and everything. She goes, I mean, fair. And she's like, fair enough. I'll make this for you, but realize that I'm charging you $11 for half an avocado with some tea. Like literally, like the girl working there was just like so perplexed by this blonde white lady who was very physically fit spending so much money on an avocado and some tea. That's the bubble tea experience. No, it's not. It's tapioca pearls. They do have a particular aesthetic, and it's a good aesthetic. It's also an aesthetic of a lot of single-use plastics. Just put it down as water, keep the rest as a tip, right? Imagine if she brought her own avocado. As long as you're not inhaling the bubbles, you're good. I actually really like tapioca pearls. They're tasty, but it's not worth the $12 for 1,000 calories. That's the other thing that like freaks people out about bubble tea. If you actually explain it to them, is the calorie counts on bubble tea is ridiculous. Like a large bubble tea with pearls and like a large milk tea with pearls is like 2 cheeseburgers. Yeah, they really, really do, Tygo. I mean, sometimes you just gotta practice deep throating, so why not use tapioca bubbles? They're called pearls. That's the name of them. Tapioca pearls. They're like weird, just cute, just Google tapioca pearls and you'll figure it out. They're edible balls. That's all they really are. 2 carrots. We do not have enough food to survive the winter. We do not have enough food to survive the winter. Just get that table done. I mean, tapioca pearls are these. These are tapioca pearls. And if you're confused about them, just, I don't know, fucking Japan. That's tapioca pearls. You put that in tea and then you have bubble tea. Done. That simple. Really. That's what a tapioca pearl is. Congratulations, you've now been educated in what the fuck bubble tea is. Meanwhile, Russia in the chat, what the fuck are you on about? It's really tasty. It is. Like, but I'm not spending $12 on it. On people without a blender. You know what's funny though, Axon, is there's a brewery here, like a beer brewery. Yeah, you eat the bubbles. They are edible. They're just starch. That's all that they are. You bring your own fruits in, and they will make beer out of it. So you bring your own fruits and you tell them what types of hops to use, and they will brew beer for you using your own fruits, which is kind of awesome, in my opinion. There's another one that will do the same thing, but for wine. So you bring your own grapes in, you bring your own berries in, you bring your own whatever you want, and they will make it into wine for you, which I think is kind of awesome. Let's see if I can make a mushroom farm. I don't know why I would place these things in here, but I guess we'll do it to see what happens. Maybe they grow the mushrooms on the log? Oh, that's cool, actually. I mean, it's bubbled for your pleasure, not ribbed. They're tapioca bubbles, not tapioca ribs. Now, if I were to buy something with tapioca ribs in it, I would be a little concerned. Purple helmet mushrooms. Where have I heard that before? Fat hat, plump turban, puffy helmet. This fabled mushroom goes by many names. Legend holds that long ago, many communities of dwarves sustained entirely on a domesticated strain of this fungus. Where have I heard that before? We're also going for these deer. I have at least one dwarf set as a hunter. Should. Tapioca ribs. I mean, most things could also be a... Any updates? Nope. Also, I mean, that's not a video game that exists. This is King Under the Mountain. I don't know what this false, non-existent thing that you're referring to is, but I've never heard of it. But yeah, I kind of want to do just a full day of this. Then, just to kind of, you know, get her done. So you're a chef, but you're also a miner. My other chef, you. You're a stonemason, but also a chef. Let's make you that and a stonemason. I want you to do chefy stuff first. How do I change those priorities? I guess we just up the priorities of the kitchen stuff. I need to play more of it, Alien Slayer. I need to play more of it. My first impressions are super, super positive, though. But I do need to play more of it. Apparently the developer has uploaded more footage of it. Yeah, but I don't like comparing games, Lilo-san, so I'm not going to acknowledge that. You can. I'm not going to acknowledge it, and we'll always ask what you're talking about. But I will not acknowledge it because I don't like comparing games, especially games that are very different. I mean, no, it's not, because I've asked you to stop. So it's just you having blatant disrespect for my wishes, which isn't particularly appreciated. Like, generally, when someone asks you to not do a thing, the polite thing is to then, you know, not do the thing. But you just keep doing the thing, and I think that's a little shitty of you. So I don't think it's okay, Little-san. But, you know, it's okay. One day you'll understand. Or you'll never understand, and that's also fine. Yep, it does indeed have physical cave-ins. Which is why I'm being super careful about how I dig in so I don't accidentally crush somebody. Which I've definitely done already in this. It's the one thing that Twitch chat will never fully understand is if someone asks you not to do a thing, it's generally polite to not do the thing that people ask. Oopsies, shit. I just de-zoned this area by mistake. There we go. Cancel that. Perfect. Fixed it. No, it's just I've heard the joke 15,641 times, and it was an old joke about 10 minutes into the first time I streamed this, Alo-san. Yeah, but, you know, if every single person who's watching this stream makes the same joke once, then just in this one stream, that's 65 times I need to hear the same joke. How many times does it take for a joke to become old and boring? It's just like every single person who tunes into a RimWorld stream that says, "What's this Rim Job game?" You know, it's like that, right? It's funny the first time you hear it, which is the first time you stream it, but the 75th time you've streamed it and you still hear the same joke twice a day, it stops being funny. Like, it's funny the first time you hear it. But apparently most people don't know anything about hard sci-fi and don't know what a RimWorld is, you know? Which is actually just kind of a really sad thing, because that kind of sci-fi is cool as fuck, man. I didn't insult you. I just simply said, please don't make that joke, and you said it's fine. You were sarcastic. Sarcasm begets sarcasm. Also, most times I'm explicit about it. People just retort with, "That is funny." So I don't really know what you want to be, what you really want me to say. I mean, most things Orange says aren't funny, but it's that's why we like Orange, right? But little son, next time you make a joke that I've heard 1,000 times in the same day, I will be explicit and just simply state it. I don't know, chat. Was I being insulting? Someone back me up here. Boy. So they're all picking berries because we need to survive the winter. I love that it always says that fish died due to suffocation. That's just funny to me. All right, well then. It's polite for me. My sarcasm sounds too literal at times. Yeah. I got a pretty long comment from somebody on one of my Caves of Cud VODs saying, this VOD is a perfect example of why I don't like watching your stream. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And then they're just like, your overwhelming negativity at the start completely ruins my ability to enjoy anything that you do going forward. I'm just like, but I don't like the UI design. What? Don't you express dislikes? Like, people ask me to review things all the time, and I don't review stuff, but, like, am I not allowed to be critical? Excuse me? If I think something sucks, I'm going to tell you that it sucks. Like, what do you want? It suffocated because it tried to swim outside of water. There we go. Making a carrot and boar soup. People are too sensitive about criticism. And then when people ask for criticism, they get mad at you. So. I don't know. As wide as the end of a barn sometimes, but it's not inherently bad. It's inherently bad for some people, that's for sure. It's certainly inherently bad for some people. Like, man, if I had $1 for every time that someone got, like, so upset with how I speak that they unfollowed and never came back, I'd have a lot of dollars. Well, the thing you gotta remember, Psychon, is I don't mean it, right? Like, it's the way I talk, and I've been trying to improve, and I think I have been. But it is just the way I talk. It's the way I've always been. Can't really just completely up and change. We are all products of the way that we were raised and the way people talk to us growing up. It's the way I'm used to being talked to. It's the way I've always spoken. So I don't really know what else to say. So it just kind of is what it is, I suppose. Down there is where I'm putting another one. Trying to like keep these pillars kind of even. You're the kind of person that doesn't handle criticism well, and honestly, your bluntness is probably a big part of why you've been a supporter. So wait, you don't handle criticism well, so because I criticize, that's why you support me? Hold on, I don't understand that. Like, even I don't get that bit. What? How does that work? So wait, hold on a second. What you're telling me is, you're just like the song Self-Esteem by The Offspring? What'd you miss? It's okay, man, 'cause I like the abuse. That's what you missed. Like, you've been blunt with you in the past because you respect the way you try to absorb what you say, and it makes you a better person and stronger when it comes to people giving you criticism. I mean, if I could have that kind of a benefit on somebody, that's kind of incredible. But I guess it's kind of why do you tolerate it? You know, like if I'm blunt to the point of being mean to somebody, why would you tolerate it? I think that Stone is just Stone. The reason you and me get along is because you're just as blunt as me. you are just as blunt as me, which is why we get along. Like that's also like part of this chat, right? Is there's some people like Orange who just like have the exact same level of insanity criticism about everything. You just get along with me perfectly because like you understand the way that I think. This guy's just like, yep. Like every now and again, a person's just like, and then there's Diamond who's just like, criticize me, daddy. I need all the critique. Okay, so we are growing mushrooms on this log down here, which is interesting. I like the way mushroom farms work in this game. You have mushroom logs, and then they grow mushrooms on the logs. Some people you just really vibe with? Yeah! Called friends. Speaking of which, this might be like a fucking weird-ass anomaly, but I actually got invited by people that I don't really know that I met through a bar to go hang out on Saturday, which is bizarre to me because that hasn't happened in years. It's like, holy shit, I may have actually found new friends. What are the odds? Maybe you just like getting beaten with a microphone. When you make your way out to Vancouver, Orange, and we hang out in person, I'll be sure to bring a microphone to beat you with. You'll just be like, oh, hi, blood, and I'll just bang, 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 and just smack you over the head with a fucking Blue Yeti. And people will report the assault on trains. I was like, no, he's into it, it's fine. He just likes getting beaten with a microphone. I'm not going to pretend to understand it. Only if we make a GIF out of it. All right, I'll take you up on that. All right. Where the fuck did my cauldron go? Oh, it's in the middle there. Duh. Hype trains are off cooldown apparently. You might pay to see that. Beating Orange with him. I could beat... Okay, so I have an Orange in my fridge, right? I have 2 unused microphones in my house. I have a Blue Yeti, and I have that actual, like what would you call it? I have a stage mic that you know, take on stage. So I could actually go get an Orange and beat an Orange with a microphone. If that's what you want to see. The question is, how much would you pay? Because, like, I could make this happen right here in this house. Best of luck, Cutest, with that big-ass investment. Hey, back. I'm Cuties. What? How you doing? Beating Orange... speaking about beating oranges with a microphone is I could also beat a microphone with an orange. That would actually be easier, because then I could just use this one that I'm talking to right now. Okay, sure. I mean, it's a fucking Tuesday, man. What do you expect? Anyway, completely unrelated to anything, but big shout-outs to Suey and the Hot Potato. Because the Hot Potato collectively raised $85,000 US for Doctors Without Borders. Which, by the way, is over $100,000 Canadian and over 160,000 USD total over 3 years. Which is ridiculous amounts of money. I mean, I don't think you'd want to drink orange's juice regardless. We need to end this sentence. This has gone a bad place. I mean, that's one way to start off.
Microphone. My body is ready.
Someone's just like, I'm taking number 1 on that leaderboard. I'm not gonna give it to anybody else. Orange, thanks for the 50 bucks. Here's, dude. Okay, can I get some crypt zooms and some crypt beer in the chat? Also, Hazaza, I hope you've been well. We are in day 2 of winter year 1. How are we doing on food? We have loquats, purple helmet mushrooms, not plump helmet, glow mushrooms, fox meat, pike, deer, bunch of carrots, and some tomatoes. Okay, so we should be good. Fingers crossed we'll be good. Just get all the food moved up inside. I don't think it needs to be inside, but I freak out and get paranoid that it does need to be inside, so. So they douse these mushroom logs in the water and then plant mushroom spawn on the logs. That's neat. Because that's actually how you farm mushrooms in real life. When the bar opened up again, blank. But seriously, Orange, thank you very much for the $50. If I seem like I beat around the bush with that, but cheers for the extremely ridiculous amounts of generosity. And it's good to hear that your thumb's getting better and you'll be able to work again soon. No, Disco. Right now, Canada's doing okay, and I'm kind of treasuring it while it lasts. I don't expect it to last much longer, though. Or rather, my province is doing okay. So I'm just simply making the best of it while it lasts. It's probably not a terrible idea, Orange. If anybody has resubs that they need to pop, I know a bunch of people already have, but... yeah, 3 minutes for that to like instantly jump to emotes and hype trains. Just saying. All right, now we get these temporary pillars removed. All right, so this is a sawmill. So let's get a sawmill zone built down here and move that one over. And this is a carpentry shop, which we're going to put back there probably. Maybe down here. So that's going to be the sawmill. And we can do this. We'll build another pillar there. Build another pillar. So we'll build another pillar right there. We'll build another pillar right there. Down here is going to be where we put the sawmill. Even gyms close at 5? Gyms are like the one thing that never really closed here, which kind of blows my mind. Because like, I'm very cautious about everything COVID related. Like, I've been to a bunch of shows, but it's still like, I'm wearing a mask and keeping to myself and hiding in the corner and like finding a chair that's kind of farther away from people and avoiding the busy sections. And if there's a lot of people in the building, not really moving much. Like, I'm still being very careful. And gyms kind of never closed here, which to me I think is I guess like it says something about how much people value gym, which is good, because people should value going to the gym, but it's also kind of wild to me. That gym's just never really... There we go. That gym's never really closed here. Sport in general? Depends on the sport. Some sports certainly stopped. All right, so this is going to be our carpentry workbench, which we can just cram up in there for right now. So that's our sawmill right there. That's our carpentry. Seeing what this person's doing here. I think that's cool. I'm really curious about how many mushrooms we're going to get off this one log. Yeah, what even, I know that because there was Delta strain, right? What even is the new one? I haven't even looked at it. The Omega strain? God, I hope so. Because, like, I will be completely honest, I haven't even looked. Omni? The Omni strain? Wait, hold on a second. Don't they go alphabetical? I guess, like, there's been a lot of strains then. Dude, I better get at least one mushroom off that log. That's from the Latin alphabet? Okay. Okay, then. Oh no, we got rusted iron ingots. Fortunate. I mean, I'm waiting for the Necronomicon strain, personally. That's the one that I want to get. I just want to make zombies. So call me when that one's out. You know, you guys could totally be joking about Omicron. And I'd be inclined to believe you. Isn't that literally what every single one of them is, Mark? It's more infectious but less deadly, because that's what viruses want to be, right? Viruses want to spread and exist, and if they kill their host, that's suboptimal for virusdom. Right? So viruses don't actually want to kill you. They just want to infect you and get you nice and sick. And then move on to their next host, right? They're like, what do you call it? They want to be like the cold virus. That's endgame for virus. They want to be like the common cold, so that we all get it every year and don't give a shit, so that they can like exist in perpetuity. Well, it depends on the parasite. Some parasites benefit from killing you. I mean, that's... Okay, that makes sense, actually. If they're skipping it due to it's not stigmatizing. It's just virus pranks, man. They don't want to kill you. If they're killing you, it's because they accidentally use too much of the old power guns. I need to figure out where to put bedrooms. And how to do bedrooms. I'm thinking bedrooms will go down here. So we got 6 dwarves right now. So let's do 3 by 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll also do 7. Eh. Yeah, no, I get it. It's a first name, not just a letter. XI is a first name, not just a letter, so it could cause stigmatization issues. Boar and carrots and parched soup. There's actually 3 ingredients in that soup? Hmm. Spread by their prey? Really? It benefits by killing some of its hosts to spread among others? Heh. But that's a parasite, not an not a virus. Viruses are not parasites. They're 2 separate things. So they should just start mining down this way. I think I should just change my name to Ass so people stop calling their butt. I mean, I don't think that's quite how that works. Also, there's probably somebody already named Ass. Stone, can you do us a big favor and look up how common the name Ass is amongst people? This is like your thing. You always do this when this subject comes up. How many people in the world are named Ass? You twat. You what now? You want me to look what up? I mean, I learned the other day that there is approximately 2,000 people in the U.S. named Wario, and there is approximately 12 people in the U.S. with the last name Wario, meaning there is a % chance that somebody in the U.S. is named Wario. I had to look this up. Don't worry about it. But it's a thing. Don't you ever just have to look up something extremely stupid just to see if it exists, to then discover that it does, and then just like cackle for a minute and then move on with your life? Someone now gets a proper bedroom. Okay, so imagine having the given name Ass. So see, there you go. 4,430 people are named Ass. So now you don't need to change your name to Ass, Cutis, because someone already has that. So we should now stop calling things asses because that's stigmatizing people named Ass. Also, donkeys, by the way. Lovely creatures. There is indeed a chance that someone's name is Richard Ass. Yes, that is true. Orange. There is a real good chance that one of those people with the last name Ass is also named Richard. Butt is also actually a pretty common name. I mean, how many people in the world are named Butt? Please look this up. We are a very mature channel with mature discussions, I would like to remind you. And all of this is incredibly serious, and we take everything that we say very seriously, right, chat? Right? You'll buy him a pint. Do you require, like, identification for proof? What about the person named Ham Cheeseburger? Or, no, not Ham Cheeseburger. The person that changed their name to Bacon Cheeseburger. It was Bacon, last name Cheeseburger. So first name Bacon, last name Cheeseburger. You want a documentaries channel? What area would I put it? Would I put that into random text channels? Cutest? I guess I could do that, sure. There you go. Documentaries and knowledge is now a room for you to post documentaries in. We got Kalena. More bedrooms? You discovered a new area. That's a very small area. It's like a room. One, two, three, four, five, six. Just need one more of these to be dug out. 14? I like it because it's got Numlad. That's very funny to me. The umlaut just makes it better. I have actually encountered the term butts as a last name, yeah. The reason I made it documentaries and knowledge cutest is because, like, books could also work there. Made it a little bit more multi-purpose instead of just documentaries. But there you go. You got a documentaries room on Discord now. With there being 30,718 American butts. Can I just state that you wrote that in my chat? I'm very mature. 12, by the way. Jesus Christ. I made you look up ass. You looked up butts. That's on you. Chat, look what we made stone do. I think it's hilarious and ironic that I'm always the one being like, yeah, I pride myself on having a pretty, like, you know, mature chat where we can have mature discussions and I can be a sarcastic twit. But then this... How are we doing on food? Pretty good. Got deer and potato soup. Ooh, that sounds hearty. Got venison and potato soup. How many of them are politicians? I mean, okay, here's a better question. What are the odds that Doug Bowser works at Nintendo? Like, when it comes to crazy names, what are the odds that Doug Bowser works at Nintendo? Like, that genuinely blows my mind that Doug Bowser is the CEO of Nintendo of America. That just gives you extra points for the position. I mean, he's worked at Nintendo of America for a while. I think he was hired because of the name. He seems to be pretty good at his job, to be fair. It's just incredible that his name is Douglas Bowser. Like, Jesus. Yeah, why would Stone have FBI following him? He's not from the States. That doesn't make any sense. So outside of the one death, this has been pretty cozy so far. Got a decent little stockpile of food, little kitchen. Just slowly building out this great hall. Our mushrooms are 37% done. And looks like I can make a sleeping zone down at the bottom down here, and then everybody gets their own beds, which is good. No, they track everybody, but primarily if it would be somebody that's local to your country that would be following you, unless for some reason you had reason for international eyeballs to be looking at you, which in that case would be. Yes, MI6 would be correct. You don't know politics? It's not really politics. It's more like international secret investigative society. I don't even. It's pronounced Bowser and not Bowser. Who says Bowser? It's always been Bowser. What? Hold on a second. We all? Who's we in this? What Boo FN said. Yeah, that's correct. Bowser. It's always been Bowser. Yeah, everyone's always said it's Bowser. It's just like everybody said that it's Epona, not Epona. You know what's funny? Is like legit, my entire growing up, it was always Epona for the horse in Legend of Zelda. And then someone's like, it's Epona. I was like, pardon? And apparently I'm wrong. Looks like we got some new migrants, which the first new migrant is definitely not named Waffle Butter. It's definitely named Hazza. Welcome to the Fort Hazza. Split an image of you. Also next in line, we have Nyx 2, because I killed you and I felt bad about the first one. We have a bunch of dwarfs showing up, actually. Apparently, the Twitch chat integration is still on, so I will just change names of ones that I don't know. Let's go with Boo. Oh, there's the 3 O's in there. FN! There you go. Welcome to the fort. You have a nice beard. There's this one. This can be Bastet. What are you? Cutest ghost. Excellent. New dwarfs to the forts. Here they come. Look at them all. Yeah, e-pony, like a digital pony, right? Looks like the trench got dug. Meaning I could go all the way. Go to build. And a water pump. Join the Stupid Skulls cult. Something like that, yeah. It also means I need more bedrooms. All right. Someone gets a small room. Sorry to whoever gets the... you know, I'm not going to give them the small room. Yeah. gonna take them a little bit to dig that out, but they'll get to it. In this, there hasn't been an update. Well, there was one on the 27th, but it's just been small pot fixes fixing game-breaking issues so far. Ashen's told about how in Germany, W is like V, and he pronounced German Associate of Business, and his name Mr. Okay, who had a note that was pronounced Vonk. That's funny. I mean, it's just like Coach Media, right? And to us, it looks like Cock. It looks like Cock Media, but it's Coach Media. Apparently. If you want to believe them, that is. But I just kind of want to do one big day of this game. So I'm probably not going to play this game a huge amount more. We're just going to kind of do this one big day. We're building these all the way out here. Also chop down some trees that are over here in this corner and kind of everything along. That's a clothing store? I have several questions, but it's probably best they don't go answered. I've literally found 3 since we started. Below sun. So, yes, you do. We were a student in exchange in Germany, and the teacher had Mr. Grave. That's gravely distressing. You didn't watch from the beginning? Well, I've found a few. Here, I can show you one. But yeah, there's large caves that appear. This area in here was one. Right there. This area with this little bit of dirt in here where I've started the mushroom farm. But sometimes they show up right at the start, but this time they didn't. But yeah, there's definitely big-ass caves far off in the mountains. Oh, is this one of those, like, Penn Island situations? I get you. Or like therapist.com, where like if you misread it even slightly, it's not what it looks like. Just, you know, the English language being unfortunate sometimes. Backup beds. We currently have 11 dwarves in the fort. Not bad. Not bad for the start. Also removing a whole lot of boulders. They also seem to do a pretty good job of just distributing jobs. They seem to. Now I wonder. Does this website still exist? Unfortunately, no. Penis Land is no longer a living website. That makes me very sad. It was Penn Island, and it was a fake, like, fancy pen store. But like if you like order a pen and go to checkout, it would say this website is a joke made in good faith. We don't actually sell pens. And it actually made me really sad because my dad likes fancy pens, and if they were a legit fancy pen store, I probably would have bought a handmade pen and given it to my dad. But they weren't a real website, so unfortunately, I just had to laugh at the joke and then move on with my life. It was sort of like downloadmoreram.com. You know. Okay, how are we doing over here? Corn's growing. Let's scroll all the way over here. See how this is doing. Looks like they are building the pump. And now they're going to build this. Would have been a killer branding move. I might have also just immediately killed their brand, but... A shit snack. I mean, I don't know if that's killer branding or if that's just like unintentional comedy at that point. An unintentional comedy is almost as good as, you know. Then there's me, where like my microphone, my audio interface is a Zoom. It's definitely nothing else called Zoom these days. Also, you want to know what's a weird thing about Zoom? And you know how like Zoom is like one of the most used pieces of like software just in existence right now? Before the pandemic, I used to use Zoom for podcasts, right? And once a week, every Sunday, because Zoom was still pretty small back these days, Zoom used to do weekly events where you could talk with their CEO. And there was like 20, 30 people in those Zoom calls. And I actually got some Q&A sessions done where I like asked him some questions about using the software like back in 2013, 2012, up to 2015 was when I stopped using it. And we just swapped to Discord. But it's like kind of wild to think that that dude is now just super fucking mega rich. Because of a pandemic. It's just kind of crazy how the world works like that. I want to know how many people got fired of Skype for actually saying Zoom meeting. I mean, well, first off, if you work at Microsoft, they use Teams, right? And that's Microsoft. So you don't work at Skype. You'd be working at Microsoft on the Teams team. And probably nobody, because they all use Discord anyway. But ask Eggman next time he's in here. I think he worked on the Teams team for a bit. Although he's at GitHub now. There's a handful of Microsoft employees who watch this stream. They could probably tell you. And it's probably nobody. These pillars look kind of neat. They look kind of neat. That's a bit too far. All right, there we go. Bunch of beds constructed. Let's see if that's enough. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, we need one more. Crap, so someone's going to get SOL tonight. But by tomorrow, we should be good. And also, I know that this might be like kind of horrible sounding to say out loud, but like Teams isn't that bad. Like Microsoft Skype was terrible, but it's such common technology now. It's kind of hard for it to be bad. Like it just does what you'd expect it to do now. It doesn't have the same overwhelmingly terrible lag problems that Skype used to have. So oddly enough, it's like kind of no different from its competition now. Skype was great, then it was horrible, and then it went back to being fine. But the problem is, by the time it got to being fine again, we all had alternatives, right? Like, and it's been back to being fine for a while. Skype reinstalls itself and launches every now and again, which freaks me out, cuties. It's reinstalled itself twice on this computer in the time I've had Windows 10, and both times it's been like, "Oi, no, go away," and then I uninstall it again, just immediately. Although, ironically, I actually had to install Skype at one point for a potential sponsorship meeting that didn't work out. Not because they made me reinstall Skype, but because they were kind of nincompoops. Teams is fine, but you know what else is kind of awful? Cutest is Discord and browser. Discord and browser is kind of awful. Generally, things that try to run in browsers are kind of awful. Looking at you, Stadia. Also, thanks to the person who bought me some coffee over on Coffee. Cheers. It is appreciated. They say not beer. Well, thanks for buying me not beer. Stadia runs in Google Chrome, yeah. The original pitch, actually, for Stadia was that you would see a ad on YouTube for a video game and then be able to click one button in the ad and instantly have a demo. That was like the original pitch for Stadia, which was like kind of terrifying because all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, it's like the biggest video game marketing is now suddenly, the biggest website in the world for marketing video games is now suddenly, next to Twitch, is now suddenly connected to a service where you can instantly play them, and everybody was like, oh my god, and then they like somehow managed to not make it work. Like they somehow managed to fuck it up. Oh, also, by the way, tier 3 subs, look closely at your subscriptions. You have a new one. Or your new emotes. You have another one. There's like 1 or 2 people in the chat right now who should have access to it, so just take a peek, because there's a new emote. Yeah, right? Like, that was part of the original pitch, but because it's Google, like, they never actually get anything done, and by the time they add the features that they promised, nobody cares anymore. $60% done on the mushrooms. All right, so this water wheel is now done, so I can go down to power now. I'm assuming this'll do it. Google, remember me, Sega. They keep killing ecosystems until customers run away. Well, I mean, they keep making ecosystems that nobody wanted in the first place, and then they kill them. That's the actual problem. Like, Google wants you to think that you wanted, Google wants you to think that you really wanted, like, Google Plus, but no one wanted Google Plus. Also, I'm going to go use the toilet real quick. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and I haven't stood up or taken a leak or anything, so I'm going to go do that. I will be back in a few seconds. Don't go anywhere too quickly. Can I get a round of beers? BRB. All right, I return. Once again. No. Have we started working on this power yet? I love that they always run up there. We need a well over here. I need to pump water over. All right. Need someone to come up here and do this. We built one of them, but not the second one. I think I've got these done right. I think. Else I'm just going to put one in the middle and that'll connect them. I don't actually understand how the underground power works for this game yet. Okay, so you do build them directly underneath. Okay, so this is now powered, meaning now I build pipes that go here, I think. Like, I've read that instructions thing a couple of times, but it kind of still doesn't really make much sense to me. So this should just ship water over to where I need it to be. Well, I mean, Google has this problem, Orange, where they just have unlimited money, right? And when you have virtually unlimited money, you don't really need to support your ecosystems. And they just kind of have the, if you build it, they will come kind of mentality. But the problem is there's already competition that's already done the thing that they're trying to do that's building it better and more efficiently. So the result of that is, well, the result of that is they just end up building services that nobody actually wants in the first place. I think I can just do this by digging this over to here. We are in summer year 2. Looks like our carrots are coming along. We got tomatoes. Also got a bunch of potatoes, and our corn's actually getting planted this year. We also have a bunch of hemp up here, which is starting to grow, which I can hopefully use for making textiles. So we can actually get beds. All right, I was about to look. Where's the cauldron? It was just moving between. Neither. Well, more DF. Omega. but it's not a clone. It's kind of different than both of them. It's a lot like classic 2D Dwarf Fortress, but kind of built modernly. It's a colony builder. Thanks, Nix. It's a colony builder, meaning it's the same genre as the two of them, but kind of different from both. Using a couple ideas from both, but it's kind of its own thing, like, you know, any other colony builder. Just because it's got a similar theme and style doesn't mean it's automatically a clone. It's going to end up being a production line and optimization game. That's what I wanted. I wanted to clear. But it's got a lot more in-depth map simulation things going on than something like RimWorld. And it's taking after a lot more of the DF lineage. As we were talking about in chat earlier today, Dwarf Fortress has kind of spawned its own genre at this point. And so it's kind of unfair to really compare any of them to any of them. They're just kind of in that genre. And it just happens to be a genre that I like a whole lot. But I backed this on Kickstarter back in... I backed this on Kickstarter back in 2018. So a long time ago. It was supposed to come out in 2019 and then had a bunch of delays and breaks. I'm not saying you should necessarily buy this, but is it okay to have such a big cave opening? Well, there's no combat in the game yet, so it doesn't really matter. Do what you want. I'm doing what I want. So I'm building shit that I think looks cool. Damn it. But as long as stuff is undercover so that the tools don't rust, it doesn't really matter, from what I can tell. I will build an outer wall, but I kind of want to have more of a open style to things. Okay, so that needs to go right there. And I'm putting up pillars so that stuff doesn't cave in. But this also gives better lighting in here, which is nice. Because they do need lights, and because I don't actually have a metalworks up and running yet. Don't really want to be making a lot of lights, because those require metals. No, it doesn't have multiple Z levels. And you can read about why in the roadmap if you'd like. Not the point of the game, or the game's development. There we go. Water is flowing into our trenches. Cool. So now our fields will be irrigated for this year. Hell yeah. No, if you want multiple Z levels, I recommend playing Odd Realm. You want a game that's kind of like this, but has multiple Z levels? Odd Realm is probably the game that you're looking for. And Odd Realm is very good. Slow development, but very good. Yeah, I tried No Moria. Game's been abandoned, so I'm not particularly interested in playing more of it, but I played it, like, way back. No Moria was neat. The problem with No Moria is it didn't really differentiate itself from Dwarf Fortress enough. There's also Innomia, which is the fan open source version, which isn't getting developed fast enough, unfortunately. The problem with No Moria is No Moria was just kind of a... It felt like a clone, right? Because mechanically and what they were trying to do was quite literally just build isometric Dwarf Fortress. And I'd rather just play Dwarf Fortress. Like, if I'm given the option between playing any colony builder, if my options are in No Moria or Innomia or Dwarf Fortress, I'll just play Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is just a better that. This game is doing enough different under the hood and in the way its production lines work that this game is interesting for different reasons. Like, this is a game that I could coexist with Dwarf Fortress. Same with like Songs of Six and Odd Realm and a lot of those other games. Like, a lot of those are games that in my take, I can just play Dwarf Fortress and then play those and feel like I'm playing different games and have a good time. Versus like No Moria, where No Moria was just Dwarf Fortress. So to me, as somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress, No Moria doesn't really have a reason to exist. As neat as that game could have been, there's nothing interesting to me about No Moria. Maybe that open source version will become something interesting eventually, but I would rather just play Dwarf Fortress. But like Odd Realm, it has all of its character-driven stuff and all of the story stuff that's slowly being built in, and the consistent lore from world to world, which is neat, and I like that. This game is a lot more focused on production lines. Like, everything requires 2 or 3 extra steps. Building a barrel in this game takes 4 steps. You need staves, which you make at the carpenter shop. You need planks, which you make at the sawmill. You need rings, which are made at the metal works, which is another like 11 steps, and then you can make a barrel, right? This game's all about complicated production lines. Like, in order to make soup, you need 2 or 3 ingredients. You need a cauldron. You need water. So they put water into the cauldron. Then they get 3 ingredients from the food stockpile, which they make at different tables. Put it into the soup, and then move the soup over to the feasting hall, where they then distribute it in bowls, which are another thing that need to be created. So this game is a lot more focused on its production lines. Also, the fact that the combat in this is going to be, air quotes, XCOM inspired and turn-based makes me very curious to see the combat in this game. But for right now, it's just kind of a much more expanded and kind of unique take on what Dwarf Fortress was back when Dwarf Fortress was first created. So I think that this game is super neat for what it is, whereas other games just don't interest me as much. I've also played Towns, speaking of games that got abandoned, unfortunately. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I mean, that's what they say in the roadmap. Have a peek at the roadmap. But part of the reason I'm doing a full day of this game is I want some decent footage towards endgame, because I'm gonna do an interview with the dev at some point. It's just gonna go up on YouTube as the same way all my interviews that are not Tarn Adams go up, where it's just like I'll announce them a couple days before and premiere it, but I want to do that. So in order to do that, yeah. Hey, Feels Batman and Rory, welcome back. And it looks like got all those built. We're gonna need more of those by winter. Kit Fox says no, and if it does, it'll be minimal. So, I mean, the art has always been ahead of Tarn's coding. That's something that we've known for a long time. Is like, to give you an idea on how far ahead the art has been. Like, allegedly the tile set was more or less first pass complete a while ago. Yeah, but it's not even the same number of features as No Moria. It's like multiple years of development behind where No Moria was at with Losan, which is still just Dwarf Fortress. So I mean, like, I would rather play Dwarf Fortress than No Moria. But it doesn't matter if the reviews are positive. Like, it's if I have a piece by piece better game, I'll play that. How am I liking this? I'm enjoying it. It's harder than it looks. There's a lot of depth here and a shit ton of potential. I don't know if I can necessarily recommend you buying it, just because I have no idea if it'll ever get finished, but Like, this game could very easily end up like No Moria, where it just gets abandoned, but... But yeah, I mean, definitely try Innomia. If you've never played No Moria before, try Innomia, Lilo-san. Because No Moria was neat for what it was. It just had no real reason to exist. Well, I mean, it's not that it's so much deeper, right? It's just this game is doing stuff that's different, right? Songs of Six does stuff that's different. Odd Realm does stuff that's different. RimWorld does stuff that's different. And I'm just talking like design-wise versus Dwarf Fortress. No Moria is just Dwarf Fortress with less. So, and that was always kind of my problem with No Moria. It was just Dwarf Fortress, but with way less. So, in this world of games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress, you have to do something at least slightly differently in order to be interesting. You know, like an even more extreme example, Oxygen Not Included is completely different but still inspired by, right? Space Haven is completely different but still inspired by, right? Like there's a lot of games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but you got to do something different. See, Orange, you see, the actual thing that would have been fun was if you cheered 100 bits, then got somebody else to cheer 100 bits, and then you cheered 100 bits and 1 cent, and then had a little war for a bit, and then you do the big bomb, instead of just doing the big bomb before anybody had a chance to cheer a single bit. So now everybody's just going, well, not going to get #1 spot, might as well not. Yeah, no, absolutely. And like, No Moria has its uses, Zeta, just like you said. Like, you found out about Dwarf Fortress because of No Moria. And a lot of people played RimWorld because of No Moria. And a lot of people found Dwarf Fortress because of Towns. But, like, for me currently in the current year, like, I've played those games, and I don't have any reason to go back to them. You know, like, Towns is still sitting there in my library. I don't even think you can buy that on Steam anymore. You gotta make it about... You make it fun, man! Come on! I mean, I'm not complaining. My revenue today is $69, so maybe we shouldn't make me any more money today because it's pretty nice already. Although it might have gone up. I don't know. No exclamation point, Mark. You'll make it work. Perfect. 2 cents. You mean third. Hello, son. Thanks for the 9 cents, Mark. But remember, chat, at the end of the day, I am not here to sell you this game. I'm simply playing it because I think it's interesting, and I think it has potential, and I want it to get more eyeballs. And by playing it, I'm potentially giving it more eyeballs. Well, I'm grateful for your 2 cents, Lolo-san. And, you know, I backed this on Kickstarter a while ago, so... Damn it, I'm gonna get my money's worth.
Battle for second is commenced.
I mean, I think Rari just won. So, you may have just won. I don't know how ambitious you're being with the battle for second, but thanks for the $2. What is this? Oh, it's a pile of gems. I thought it was like a missing asset or something. Yeah. All right. Thanks for the 12 cents, little Hosan. Apologies, Mark. And the 11 cents from Mark. Still stuck in third. Or back in third, rather. Not still stuck. Back in third. Taking your rightful place on the throne. One of these days you'll throw around bits like you used to. Don't do things you can't afford. Only do things you can afford. Just buy $1 in bits and cheer like a bit every 10 days or something. I have no interest in Amazing Cultivation Simulator. It focuses on the parts of those style of games that I don't like. Like, quite literally, it's... I watched about 8 hours of it on Evil Tricks channel and a bunch of time on Cringers, and... not for me. It focuses on the parts I don't like. I mean, natural resubs would have ruined it by the end of the stream anyway, because it's like, it's the time where all of the really long time resubs are coming up, which is crazy. All we needed was one more person to prime sub. 6969. I mean, well, my daily revenue's past that now, but whatever. I mean, the Spanish Inquisition is just orange. But nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition until I very much expect the Spanish Inquisition. Now I'm worried about what Orange is planning on his main. That would be a lot of bits, Rory. That would be a lot of bits. I agree with Mark. You're a funny guy. Thanks for the 5 cents, Nix. Cheers. I still think one of the greatest things the cooler ever drew for me were the little bits falling into the hat animation, because it's great. It's genuinely great. I'm not falling for that one. I mean, you already rising to the occasion, Orange. I mean, Orange, how far until the next,
Spanish low.
how much until the next badge, though, Orange? That's the important question. You gotta be getting pretty close. Go all the way up to here. Do that. Kind of go around the edge. I mean, something's begun. I don't know if it's necessarily the battle, but... Bits are out, Girl Scout. I should know better by now. I don't expect or know anything, man. I streamed for 10 hours the other day and made $4 in revenue on the entire day, so like somebody should just gift Lil Osan a sub. That's the reality here. But thanks for all the money, Chad. Hey Jimmy, what's up? It's good to see you.
That's because I was on vacation, Kappa.
True, you're not wrong. Orange was here, though. Thanks, Nipple. For the 5 months. And Hazaza for gifting Lilo-san a sub.
Hi, hello.
I mean, you just get emotes now. That's the reality. But thank you very much, Hazaza. Jack, can we get a round of beers? It's almost a full level 1 already. There you go. You absolute bonkers mad lads. All right, what time of year are we in? Day 10 summer, which means we should harvest berries. I love them too. Hello, son. I love them too. Actually, Nix, now that you're back, because you've been gone for a while, what do you think of the new emotes? And do you have any favorites? Because we do have a bunch of new emotes since you've gone back. There you go. This is the first level done. Crypt Peak is brand new as of yesterday. Well, 2 days ago, actually. I'm as far as new emotes go, I'm particularly fond of Crypt Zoom. Nyum. Because minecart gotta go fast. There you go. Quite like this open design. It's working. Working. You obviously love this one. Well, we had to retire the 3-part laser for it, but I think it was worth it. I like my animated emotes because they're not super obnoxious. They're just, well, okay, maybe the one is kind of obnoxious, but the rest are all pretty low-key. For sure it was worth it. It's Cooler's animated emotes are great. Cooler's done quite a few animation jobs for various emotes. Low-key, $10. Thanks for the low-key $10, Rory. Holding that second spot, I think. What, the waving panda was your favorite? It's just the old panda, but improved. And we still have this one, too, if people want the old one. It's just on better Twitch. But thank you very much for the $10, Rory. You guys are giving me budget to go to a jazz concert on Friday. Is 1 hour away? Grr. I'm sorry. Poor timing that. I really wish that they'd let you use it anytime within 24 hours of the resub time. Yep, it's modeled after Roller Coaster Tycoon. Because that's what this channel started on. We streamed, like, almost nothing but Roller Coaster Tycoon for a very long time. Thanks for the $4, by the way, Orange. And the 2 cents. Hello, son. But yeah, no, that's what we got a start on this channel. Like, if you look at my Steam account, it's almost 2,000 hours on Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Almost 2,000 hours because of that. It was like the first 2 years of my channel were basically just like me chilling, playing custom maps for 2 to 3 hours a day. Which is why, like, when I talk about, like, this channel coming out of weird niche modded PC games, was that. That's where that's my channel's lineage is modded Roller Coaster Tycoon. And then eventually we moved into more popular games that actually brought in traffic, and my channel started to grow, and I stepped away from the Roller Coaster Tycoon stuff because my channel wasn't needed anymore. A bunch of other people had started making videos on YouTube that were better than me and more dedicated and doing better, and it was like, well, we had a good run, so I moved on. What does it bring to the table? Well, first off, what I recommend is what we've all been posting constantly, which is the roadmap. Look at the roadmap and just have a peek. Currently, what this game is it's a foundation for what could be a really cool colony builder in the future. It's not much like the other games on the market. It's very similar to what Dwarf Fortress was in 2006, like 2D Dwarf Fortress. It's got cave-ins, it's got redirecting, it's got underground mushroom forests that grow in caves that you can stumble upon. There's no combat in the game currently outside of hunting, which is still very basic, but it's leaning on that style of thing. 25 seconds left on the little hype train. Cheers, guys. But it's, to give you an idea, to make a pot of soup, which feeds 12 meals instead of and only requires 3 ingredients instead of 1 meal per ingredient. You need 2 separate ingredients, water and a cauldron. The cauldron is then carried into the feasting hall up here, and then they can distribute the meals between them. And there you go. You guys get little hype train emotes. I got hype love 1, whatever that is. Anyway. Thanks for the 2 subs and the $25 in bits. Much appreciated, chat. And then they bring that in there, and then they split the food up, and then when it's empty, they bring it back and make another pot of soup. And you can put more pots of soup in here so that they can have them prepped and ready to go to then bring into there. And that's just kind of an example of one of the production lines. Like, making barrels requires barrel staves, barrel hoops, and planks. So in order to make barrels, you need to make metal, and you need to make barrel staves, which requires planks, which requires cut down trees, which requires 4 different workshops, which requires like 9 steps just to make barrels. So that's kind of, and also like if stuff gets left out in the rain, it rusts. Stuff needs to be kept indoors, and everything is about like multiple steps for crafting. Whereas even like Dwarf Fortress right now, like Tarn constantly talks about how the farming is too simple, right? Like I'm making mushrooms down here for the first time. I needed mushrooms, which I got from this underground patch that we found, and they plant them in logs. Like they take a full log, they put it on the ground, and then the mushrooms grow in that. And then they need another log to grow more of them, and then they need water here. So they fill the water from the river and then douse them on the logs, and then place the logs on the ground to grow mushrooms on the logs. I mean, it's an alpha. It's not even a beta. Do they have secured funding? I have no idea. As far as I know, the dev for this game has just been doing odd contract jobs over the years that he's been working on it. So this kind of strikes me as if the game runs out of funding, he'll just go get work for a bit and then come back to the game, which is what he's done throughout the Kickstarter, which has meant that there's been like periods of like 6 months where there's no updates, but then he gets back to it. So it kind of is what it is. Making games is expensive and time consuming. So I have no idea about funding and stuff like that. When do I interview him? When he has time. He's currently still fucking hot fixing and patching the game constantly. He just released a game on Steam, so when he has time. Sometime mid-December is what we're talking about right now. So hopefully by next year. This game had a publisher briefly, which would have gotten them funding, but it didn't last very long, and they kind of had a falling out. But that's what this game is kind of focusing on. Whereas, like, you know, Songs of Six is a similar focus to this, except it's all about scale, right? So in Songs of Six, you'll have, like, hundreds, if not thousands of people very quickly. This seems to be a lot more Dwarf Fortress scale. I don't know how high it scales. I'd like to know. But it is, this game, like, has seed counts, and you're keeping track of your seeds, and then soil needs to be tilled and watered and seeded. It's not like you just plant it and then it grows, right? Like, you need to, like, bring in irrigation channels and use pumps from back here to then irrigate your soil. And if you don't do that and it doesn't rain, then your stuff stops growing and could die. And if they're not watering them, then they get taken over by pests. It's like, there's a lot of interesting kind of simulation steps. Like, if you chop down all the trees, you'll get no more trees. Also, trees are burning down. If you chop down all the trees, you will stop getting trees because they will stop growing. So you have to make sure that a few of them stay so that they seed around them and continue to grow outwards and stuff like that. Badly due to food? Sounds about right, Wasted. Yeah, from what I've seen in screenshots. The most I had was about 30. And then, yeah, it collapsed due to food, but I wasn't particularly trying very hard. Yeah, but if you look at the world map, Paranoid, this one has the foundations to be a story generator, right? Because story generation comes from depth. The more depth you have in the game, the more ability the player has to intuit stories from it. Is Long Death still going? Absolutely. Yeah, we did Long Death on Sunday. We're on year 3, almost 350. Getting close to 350. There's going to be a lot of Long Death over the next month. Although somebody made a Christmas mod for Dwarf Fortress that lets you have elves in your population and frost elves and a bunch of other things. So we're going to try that over Christmas, and we'll see how that goes. Can you have bigger maps? This is the one map size, but embarking in maps and population designing is like completely unfinished. Like when you start your fort, there's like a big pop-up that says this area of the game is unfinished. In the future, you'll be able to like select where in the world you're going to settle and all that and what biome. But right now it's unfinished. Sorry. But I don't know. For me, the games that I'm the most excited about that are, air quotes, inspired by Dwarf Fortress are Songs of Six, this, King Under the Mountain, and Odd Realm. Are we winning? Well, we're not dead yet. So in these games, if you're not dead, you're winning. Unless losing is fun. And then in that case, if you're dying in a traumatic, hilarious way, then you're winning. I mean, there was somebody in my chat the other day, I want to say it was Myrathi, who was saying that he played this at EGX Rezzed in 2017 and talked to the dev. So like this has been around for a while. I mean, it's Omega Zeta. Long Death has taken me since August 2020. So yeah, it's been a while. So unless you played a Fortress for multiple years, yeah, you probably haven't. You are indeed not dead. Yet. Alex. Yes, yet. I'm sure we'll all starve to death soon. Give it time. All right, let's make a textiles workshop. I don't actually know what these require. Redding tank, okay, and a loom. I'm assuming because that'll take hemp, which we've harvested a bunch of, allegedly. Potatoes. That's a lot of potatoes. 30 potatoes, hell yeah. What's this? Carrots? Tomatoes? Thimbleberries? Ooh. What else do we have? Wheat corn. We got lots of food. How was the frames at 200 wasted? Because the only time I've noticed any kind of frame rate lag in this has been when it's snowing. There's a fox in my base. Eat it. But that was a couple of patches ago? Okay, gotcha. I don't think the age of PC is going to really matter much when it comes to that sort of thing, though. But yeah, I played some of the earlier versions, and it lagged at like 20, 30 dwarves, so... I mean, that's a good thing. But no, I will say that I do think that this game kind of deserves its mostly positive reviews right now. I mean, I've got like close to 20 hours in this now. It's got a long way to go and it's still very unfinished, but there is enough potential here that this game could be really cool if it gets the development that it needs. The problem is, will it get the development that it needs? And I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, no, absolutely. This game is very build order dependent, especially early game. But once you get that build order down, like, you got plenty of food, and it's pretty easy to just kind of fuck yourself over. Or, like, leave stuff outside too long and then let it just... What's the word I'm looking for here? And then just let it, and just let it all turn into rusted, like, bits instead of usable stuff. Somebody made a Humble Store purchase for $16.59. Shout out to whoever did that, because I don't think anybody's used my Humble Store link for anything in about 6 months. Maybe not 6 months. At least 2 months. Because the last time I looked at my revenue page, it's like, you've had no revenue in the last 90 days. And I was like, well, cool. But shout outs to whoever just did that. Beer for the humble perch. There, Treasure knows what's up. All right, what are you waiting on? Shoutouts to the other Stumble Poor purchase. That was a genuine Freudian slip. Stumble Poor instead of Humble Store. That was not intentional. But thanks for the other one. Cheers. 24 guests have died on Humble Store Crash number 1. Yes. On Humble Coaster number 1. Humble Coaster is too intense for me. Now I'm curious about what people are buying. What's going on Humble? Is there a sale or something? Or a good bundle? Humble Coaster 1 is broken down. Rest in peace, Humble Coaster. Alright, I think it's time to move the kitchen. We're going to try and move the kitchen back here somewhere. I'm going to dig out a room back here. How big is that? 6x5? That shouldn't cave in. 6x5 also shouldn't cave in. We can put a pillar in the middle of that. What'd you miss? Some people bought stuff on Humble for some reason. But not much else. Why? Where'd you go, Orange? But yeah, in regards to kind of what Paranoid Meteoroid said, it kind of makes sense to me why a lot of these Dwarf Fortress-like games are going to end up being more management games than story builder. And the reason I say that is because it's a lot easier to make a management game a game. It's a lot harder to make a story generator interesting, you know? Like, it's very, very, very difficult to build a compelling story generator because the amount of depth you actually need in order for it to be compelling is insane. Whereas with something that's just a... what's the word? Whereas when you're making a management game, you hardly know what a story generator is. A game that has enough depth that you can create a compelling narrative with no dialogue. Procedurally generated compelling narrative, like Dwarf Fortress, because that's what Dwarf Fortress does. Dwarf Fortress has enough depth and enough variety that it creates compelling narratives without the player doing much. They just happen, and you witness them, and you acknowledge them because they are there, because there is enough variety there for the player to notice them and be aware of them, which is what makes Dwarf Fortress cool. It's why Dwarf Fortress is cool. But I'm not even talking about like everyone dying of starvation. I'm talking about the way the mood system works in that game. I'm talking about the way the personality system works in that game. The fact that if you play adventure mode, you are rewarded for playing along with the character's personality because it gives your character passive ability buffs and focus buffs. Like if you have a character that's sometimes cruel, you are benefited from sometimes being cruel. So Dwarf Fortress is interesting like that, and nothing else really competes with it there. Which means comparing games to Dwarf Fortress is intrinsically unfair. I mean, even RimWorld fails, like, in kind of a catastrophic way of trying to be a story generator, because it doesn't have enough variety in the stories that it's capable of telling for it to be an interesting story generator. It has plenty of variety, but not enough variety. And even the creator of RimWorld has acknowledged that in many interviews, that there isn't enough variety in RimWorld for it to be a compelling story generator. Which sucks, but is also, I guess, kind of a statement to how successful Dwarf Fortress is in the way it does its storytelling. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, just go watch any Krug Smash video and that'll kind of give you an idea. I have no idea what you're talking about, Dragon Man. And it doesn't upset me because I have no idea what you're talking about. I've heard nothing on the news about that. But probably, I don't know. I just isolate and avoid people because that's my only option, really. We also have 85% vaccination among adults here, so. Are you just buying duck? Is that what you're doing? Orange, you're just buying duck game on Humble? I'm confused. Why are you, what is happening in my DMs right now? Yet you're here watching streams. Boom. Like I'm just saying. Krug Smash videos are 30 minutes, but this stream has been going for 4.5 hours, and you've been here for a good portion of that, which I thank you. But get more people to try it. Don't send them to me. What do you want me to do? Redistribute them? I got more keys for video games than I could ever play, and you're giving me keys to games that I already own? Go give them to other people. I mean, if you want to know what they're going to add, just look at the roadmap. The roadmap's pretty clear as to what's going to be added. Just scroll down to the chunk on combat in the world system, because the answer to both of those questions is yes, but it's a matter of when it gets done. I don't know, talk to Orange. Something something quack, something something duck game. Okay, that sounds like a productive afternoon, actually. Boo. I retract everything I've said previously. Maybe not everything. Some of what I said previously. Then don't send them to me now. Send them to me next time I play them. Also, fun fact, Orange. Stoned Hobo has gifted so many people Duck Game using Humble that Humble won't let him buy it anymore. Which I think is incredible. Humble actually won't let him buy it anymore because they suspect him for of being a key reseller. It's on the main menu of the game, yeah. Wasted. So, or also if you just hit escape. View development roadmap. Right there. It's interesting how many good content creators are competing for your interests, and I never even hear about most of them. What, like Dwarf Fortress stuff? Is that what you mean, Boo? There's not really that many of us. There's like dozens of us. there really isn't that many people that focus on Dwarf Fortress stuff. It's like me, Nookrium, who sometimes comes by my channel when I interview Tarn, Krug Smash, but Krug Smash is only on YouTube. He doesn't do any Twitch stuff. And then there's like Paranoid, who's in chat right now. There's dozens of us. Yeah, well, you need to be on YouTube to hear about Krug Smash, but is this game any good? That's hard to say. It's got a lot of potential, Ice do. It's got a lot of potential. It's very similar to 2D Dwarf Fortress, but a more gamey 2D Dwarf Fortress. It's very production line oriented. It's one of those games that has a shit ton of potential. Will that potential ever be realized? I don't really know. I hope so. I'm playing it because it's entertaining me. Yeah, there isn't many people, so somebody has to, right? Although Paranoid, here's the thing though, you gotta stream on Twitch. If you want me to be able to help you, you gotta stream on Twitch. None of this YouTube shenanigans. Come on, quit it. Quit being silly. Come to platforms that are good. Put videos on YouTube and stream on Twitch. To be fair, so does YouTube, but YouTube also has integrated emojis that look terrible. So I feel like an idiot whenever I put in a smiley face. Like, I always thought that Twitch had bad emotes. Or Twitch had bad smileys. And then I went on YouTube for a bit and I was like, oh my god. I've seen nothing. Alright, so we're going to make another kitchen zone up here. This is going to be a food zone. Food. Stockpiles. Food. Something like that, yeah. That smiley is a thing of nightmares. I mean, that's a what the fuck if I ever saw that one. Jabasted. Absolute fucking classic. As good as Jabated is as an emote, as somebody who's met Jabali, he's a good dude. Where the fuck is kitchen? There it is. There's a bit of a name/channel change that needs to happen. Nintendo owns. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're on YouTube or on Twitch. Nintendo still owns the rights to half of your name, right? So you're kind of fine being a paranoid Metroid. Also, there's the part where I know people that literally have straight up Pokemon sprites as emotes that have had that for years, and Nintendo's never gone after them, which they will eventually probably, and it's just a matter of time until like that bomb goes off. But like, I don't know. That's an issue that extends to YouTube as well as Twitch. But I see where you're coming from. I'm mostly just nagging you, that's all. Don't mind me. I have a tendency to do that to people who stream on YouTube because YouTube. YouTube's for video. Twitch is for swim. Especially like as a creator, unless you're hyper successful on one platform, the best thing to do is just create content for as many platforms as possible. The widest possible reach. Let's see if you can snatch a couple more. Alrighty, Orange. Carpet bombing of content creation? I mean, kind of. If there was actually like a viable YouTube competitor, I would put my content up on there as well, but every single one that actually competes with YouTube only competes with YouTube because they allow people who are banned on YouTube on there, which just means, hey, do you want a bunch of white supremacists and like hyper toxic psychopaths and assholes? Yeah, go to the sites that air quotes compete with YouTube. There's been a couple times in the past where people have been like, hey, Blind, you should put your content on this channel that competes with YouTube. And I look at it and I'm like, literally, like, the entire community on this site is just a bunch of white supremacists. Why do you want me to put my content here? Did I put 2 cauldron spots in here? I did. Because I need a barrel, not a cauldron. In fact, I could put 2 barrels in here. I'll speed that up a bit. Got plenty of extras. We are wasting food. Focus on getting that kitchen done. Because right now we don't have any soup. Also need to bring all the food over here. Yep, you go to any YouTube air quotes competitor and immediately all you see is a bunch of racist people. And it's like, well, I'm all for like freedom of information, but I also don't want my stuff next to these people. So, like the last time I went to D-Live and the first thing I saw was some guy who was freestyle rapping about being racist, which is like cool, I guess. You do you, but I'm just not gonna acknowledge this platform's existence. Unfortunately, you need moderation in order for platforms to be even remotely usable. And a lot of those competitors are like, YouTube censors the masses, so we're not gonna censor anything. Bah! It's like, well, that's not gonna solve anybody's problem, actually, but okay. Congrats, you're the edgy website. Anyway. Which is why, like, I use Twitch and YouTube. Technically, I have some content on Vimeo, but very little. I mean, you know what's funny? D-Live doesn't even have a report button. You can't actually report channels on that site. So if somebody's doing something that's illegal or wrong, there is no way of reporting it. Which is ridiculous. Did I use Mixer? Mixer was never a viable platform. Mixer had less than 1.5% of the audience that Twitch had. So what's the point? It's not a viable platform. It never was. I didn't really see the point in Mixer because Mixer, so Twitch like gets their directories from IndieDB, which is a site that they own. Before that, they got them from Giant Bomb. So that's how there's always directories for games, is because like they're just generating directories as games get logged on IndieDB, which is a very comprehensive database for indie games. Well, here's the problem, right? And the problem is pretty simple. Mixer never had that. Mixer, you had to they would manually add. No, Mixer was not part of YouTube streaming. Mixer was owned by Microsoft, not owned by Google. YouTube streaming is Google. The problem with the way Mixer did it was they had to manually add directories. So they had all of the AAA games, but if you wanted to stream Dwarf Fortress on there, they didn't have a directory for that for a very long time. They eventually added one, but they just didn't have directories for any of the games I play. So it's like, why would I use this service why would I even consider streaming there when, one, I'm already on a site where I get way more traffic, and two, you don't have directories for any of the games I play. Like, I can't stream NetHack there. Why would I? But like, I couldn't stream Tome or Jupiter Hell or this probably, which is part of the main reason why that site fell over, was because they just didn't have directories for the majority of major indie games. So suddenly you just have this massive problem where it's like, well, there's all these games I'd love to play, but I can't because they're just not available. Facebook gaming is great if you want to stream phone games. Like, if you want to stream, like, Clash of Clans, YouTube gaming is where it's at. YouTube gaming has, like, or not YouTube, Facebook gaming has kind of taken over or FB.GG has taken over the mobile market, and also there's a pretty big Call of Duty market. I know two people who streamed primarily Call of Duty that went over there, and apparently they're doing just fine. I don't know, I haven't talked with any of them in a while. But, like, that's, like, the phone's streaming platform. So if you want to stream phone games, I guess you could go to Facebook. If that's a thing you want to do. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but I mean, I know some people who stream phone games on Twitch and they seem to do fine. Epic 7 seems to get views sometimes for some reason. So, I don't know. It's not my audience once again. I stream on Twitch because Twitch is the best possible platform for me to stream on, and I will probably stream on Twitch probably forever. I don't see any reason for me to leave this platform unless I got banned from it for some reason, and I don't think that'll happen because I'm not exactly a controversial figure. I can be a bit of a jackass sometimes, but lots of people are jackasses, and that's not cancelable, so. Although I will say that I feel kind of bad because I had a few friends that went over to Mixer, and they were like, I knew a girl who was streaming full-time on Mixer, and she came over to Twitch, and Twitch never really gained any traction on Twitch like she did on Mixer, and she had to stop streaming full-time, and it just kind of sucks. Like, nobody really wins when platforms get just taken down like that. Almost done with winter. Potatoes are still growing. So we are producing hemp linen, allegedly. Yeah, we're producing linen. Which means, allegedly, I could start making beds. Allegedly. Ooh, we can. Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know how much hemp linen we have. I guess it's this. Cool. Yeah, but it happened to some people that I know personally. Orange. So, I don't know. It's just, I stream on Twitch because Twitch is the best platform for me to stream on, and I don't see any reason for me to ever go anywhere else. How common it is for streamers to go from big audiences to small audiences? Well, I mean, channels die all the time. All the time. One of the first people I really met after streaming was a guy who streamed primarily Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, the MMO. And I knew him for right around the time it launched, or in beta, and he was a small streamer, probably around my size that I am now. And then it came out and he had about 15,000 viewers for like 2 months, and then about 300 viewers for about 6 months. And within a year, he was back down to 20, and he streamed full-time for a bit. No, it's a very different kind of take on a similar theme. The only thing that this game really has in common with Dwarf Fortress is some in-game references and theming. It's a fantasy colony builder. It's much more focused on production lines. If you're interested in this game at all, Mr. Spider-Man, there's a link to the roadmap. Just peruse that and kind of give it a look. One advantage that this game has over Dwarf Fortress right now is there's no elves yet, so we're safe. We can chop down all the trees, but then we'll have no trees because they won't grow back. Naturally, yes, that's definitely what I just said. Is there gremlins? I mean, right now there's no hostile entities, so it's literally just us and then the animals that run around. I need someone to finish making my soup. Carry it into the kitchen, please. Please! Please! Annie Birdie! Somebody carry that into the dining hall so they can eat that. Yeah, if you chop down every tree on the map, the trees will stop growing back in this game, which is kind of neat. Oh, hey, we have some beds. Yes. How do you feel about that? Azaza. How do you feel about having a bed, Haz? Slept in an enclosed bedroom. You don't get any extra benefit out of sleeping on a bed? That's bullshit. I mean, there's one thing that I will always tell you, Orange. I don't play bad games. I play games that I think are interesting. And you can watch if you like and buy them if you want. But generally, I just play games that I think are interesting. If you also think they're interesting, then that's a benefit for the both of us. We should hang out. If you don't think the games I play are interesting, then go find another channel because there's lots. And I will also be blunt, sarcastic, and sometimes a little harsh, which I'm trying to get better at. But if you can't handle the bluntness and the sarcasticness, then Sam's previous statement. That's why you'd call me an ambulance. Trust me, there's plenty of reasons to call me an ambulance, and me saying Dwarf Fortress is bad isn't one of them. Carp, fox, and pike soup. I guess I'm assuming that they used fox for the broth, carp and pike. So it's like a fish soup made with a fox broth? Nah, that's a soup, I guess. Can we haul that down there? Just gonna try rebuilding this. Because I moved the cauldron up there, maybe that broke it. Watch them just bring it immediately. I need them to bring the cauldron down here so that they have access to their meals, otherwise they're just eating the ingredients. Yeah, there they go, okay. This game has a lot of little AI things in it right now that break. Like if you rebuild your cauldron, it breaks the route, I guess. So this is 12 meals made out of 3 ingredients versus 1 ingredient being 1 meal. And then they need to run it back up there and then get more. Not that blunt. You know, I know that to some people I'm not that blunt, but I can't overstress enough how often people are just like, I don't watch you because you're mean. And it's like, well, okay. I can't stress to you how often that happens. Meanwhile, I'm just like, what? Really? Build, demolish those two. They shouldn't move to here then because this is normal. I don't know. One of my favorite streamers when I first started watching a lot of Twitch was Excessive Profanity, and I'm very nice compared to him. But there's reasons why I love watching his stream. I love how he just doesn't pull any punches when people say dumb shit in his chat. The first channel I really watched on Twitch was Man vs. Game, who's the same exact thing too. All right, more dwarves have arrived. Hey, look, 2D Kiri showed up. Split an image. Nailed it, game. Orange. And actually, you know what? Let's name this orange. And make this Kiri, because that actually looks like Kiri. There you go. Sure, you can keep that. How about you? Tygo! Who else showed up? Twins, sure. Who else showed up? I Trashy. Welcome to the fort, newcomers. Up to 18 dwarfs now. Good, good, good. Yep, you got a dwarf. You got Bastet. You are... where? There needs to be a search function. There you are. There you is. Which means I need to make more bedrooms now. Nyum. All right. We need a forge, which I'm kind of thinking about putting in this wall right here. That's going to be my forge. Although these need to get done first, so let's increase the priority on those. Have I found any coal yet? I don't think so. We need to locate some coal. One thing I will say is these maps are deceptively large right now. Like, they are deceptively large. Like, they don't feel that big, but once you, like, even once you look at the mini-map and start scrolling around, it's like, oh, there's actually, like, a lot of space here, damn. Also, they won't even be able to get to it because they have to get over the river, so. But, you know, at the end of the day, I like the fact that the people who watch this channel primarily enjoy my bluntness and enjoy my sassiness, because I think it's It's part of what makes my channel fun and unique, you know? We kind of, everybody who watches this stream kind of just has like this element of sass that just, it just drips. It's just wonderful and I kind of love it, so. I like the fact that you guys enjoy my sassiness. We are awesome. Exactly. Your mom is an element of sass. No, that's your mom. Well, I mean, it's not really anything like RimWorld. It's just a colony builder. So if every colony builder looks like budget RimWorld to you, then, well, that's fine. Just means you don't know what you're looking at, which is okay. You know, it's funny, because back when I started streaming RimWorld, right before it went onto Steam back in the day, everybody said that it looked like a knockoff of Prison Architect. So, you know, people have very short memory. All right. Getting another pot of soup done. Where'd my iron cauldron go? Oh, there it is. We're just bringing it. Go make us some more soup. Hold up. Hold! Man, you guys had a field day yesterday, jeez. Screwdrivers are screwed drivers. Why drive screws? Slime can screw dimensional hammers in Cthulhu. Nithranoltep? I don't know what that is. Nearly Narst next November. Luckily not. Weirdo, get out of here. Fire Nation will attack your browser. Protect skulls from skin if flames are not poopy. Speaking frankly of poopy farts, aren't we all in some type of, I'm just gonna skip the next bit of this. Carriage of stew spilled on highway. Robots eat spicy burritos with boulders and nuts. Get ready for my final mega burrito. Chalupas are sassy. Bulk. Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, everything is just a very, 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 very detailed. Man, my rusted iron water pump was destroyed due to overexposure to rain. I wonder if they can repair it. I also want a chalupa. I wonder if this is going to drain. Because this channel is full. I'm assuming it'll drain over time. Also, this dwarf is just sleeping out here. We need to get you a place to sleep. I'm just saying that every colony builder isn't automatically a RimWorld knockoff. That's basically all I'm trying to say. And it really doesn't play anything like RimWorld because you have zero direct control over the pawns, or the dwarves in this instance. In order for it to be like RimWorld, you have to be able to click on somebody and say, go here. But you can't do that. So because of that, it feels a lot more Dwarf Fortressy or God gamey. But it's really difficult to make a colony builder that doesn't have this art style, right? Like it's... And so, like, to me, stating that it's a RimWorld knockoff is very much putting it down and not giving the game its own space, right? And so that's why I just kind of, like, write off that whole notion. I mean, like, you're the fourth person today to ask if it's a RimWorld knockoff or ask how Rim Fortress is or any of that shit. I'm just like, you know, I'm just... Because, like, Dwarf Fortress has quite literally not birthed its own genre, but birthed a type of game, which... You know, encompasses things like everything from Space Haven to Rimworld to No Moria to Odd Realm to Songs of Six. Like, all of those games kind of have DF DNA in them to a degree, and they're just colony builders, right? And all colony builders to a degree are going to look similar, even if the gameplay loop is completely different. And the gameplay loop in this is quite a bit different. I mean, you have your basics. You have farming, you have you chop down trees, you get resources, and you build stuff, but like the actual way the game ends up playing is quite a bit different because of its differing mechanics. Things like fields need to be irrigated, or they don't get watered for 3 months of the year because it gets too hot. Things like if you chop down all the trees, they won't grow back because there's nothing dropping seeds. Like, we have seeds, and we have to manage seeds to plant them. Cooking is a 3-step process. I haven't even gotten a bakery up and running yet. Yeah, no, and that's usually the case, right? So it's like, if you see a new game that looks like RimWorld, don't automatically ask if it's a RimWorld clone, because odds are pretty good it's got something that's different, and if it doesn't, then it has no reason to exist. And, I mean, there's another one coming out soon-ish called Clanfolk, which I'm also looking forward to and curious about, which has a demo still, I think. Which, again, has some unique ideas and mechanics, which I will also be checking out when that comes out. And the people making that are from the town I grew up in, so that's kind of neat. By the people who made Space Pirates and Zombies. So. To me, it's a genre that I am quite fond of and will take the time to look at any games that show up in it. This type of colony builder. You're a Pong ripoff. Gee. Just don't rip your Pong off, okay? Because that's painful. And they don't grow back. You only get one. So take good care of it. Back in Black and White's time, there were experiments on making things fully 3D, but you never saw anyone spending time other than screenshots and non-stop top-down views. So they will be top-down with informational density. Yeah, exactly. Waifu Harem Colony Sim Win. I'm kind of surprised they haven't made that yet. Sure, but calling... Let's not argue semantics, right? But what this game does that currently what this game is it's a very, 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 very unfinished alpha. That's what this game is currently. I don't even know if I could recommend this game right now. There is no combat in the game currently. There's barely hunting. But what it does have is it has a pretty compelling base game for what could be a really cool game in the future. Once they get combat in, once they get sieges in, once they get... I guess not, although I'm not the sort of person to look for it, Axon. Once they get a little further down that roadmap, I think this could be a really cool game. I backed this on Kickstarter back in 2018, and it was supposed to be released into early access in 2019, but the dev ran into problems. So who knows how quick the development's going to be on this? Who knows how efficient the development is going to be on this? I have no promises, and I don't have any inside information. I have no idea. But what I do know is this is a really cool base for what could be a really neat game in the future. It's just a matter of if it can get there. And if it can get there, this is definitely going to be something that's going to be worth watching. But outside of that, I have no idea if it will get there. So it's, there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to this game. Also, it's time for us to plant hops and barley, I think. But it is currently very unfinished and has a long way to go. But I do think that if this game achieves what it's trying to do, I think it could be really cool, especially looking at the roadmap and how they plan to do combat and things like that. Actually, now that I think about it, isn't Waifu Harem Colony Sim just RimWorld with mods? I'm pretty sure it is, isn't it? Like, I'm pretty sure you could just do that with RimWorld, right? Just make everybody Miku and then, like, put in the kids and the sex mods and then have one dude and then, like, a bunch of ladies. And then, boom, you got Harem Colony Builder. Suggests that the dream is already realized. I don't know. I'm not really a weeb, so. I don't really know what the air quotes dream is in this instance. The one thing that, like, for me will break this game or make this game is whether or not they do a more RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress Dwarfy style of persistent moods and mental states. If they go more in the Dwarf Fortress direction and be unnecessarily complicated and have persistent, constant backstories that build out with time, I think this game will be phenomenal. But if they go the RimWorld route and just have static pre-written backstories and just a whole bunch of them and just kind of shortcut that, I don't see myself playing this game in the long term. So, you know. Enjoy the lurks, girl, Toro. So I guess that we need to put that under a roof. And you know why? Paranoid? It's because flight sims have existed since 1998, or since the 90s, right? We've had truck sims since the 90s. We've had city builders since the 90s. But colony builders are still kind of new, right? And when you have a kind of a new genre, or a new consistent genre that exists, people confuse it, right? I mean, that happened with, like, Doom clones and first-person shooters, and is now happening with roguelikes, where you'll see people like me getting mad that people refer to everything that's difficult and has any sort of run-based nature to it being a roguelike. Like, I get really annoyed when I see that because I know what that genre actually is. But at the end of the day, most of them are incorrect. Speaking of roguelikes, is Stone Shard good yet, or is Stone Shard still shit? Because it got a big patch the other day, and I'm kind of curious if anybody's played that recently. Because good lord, that game was garbage when it first came out, but I'm kind of hoping one day it'll be okay, so I can go back and play it again. But, you know, little details that this game has, like, everything requires, like, 4 different tools to actually use. And they can be made out of different materials, and it remembers that. And tools wear out, and they have to replace them. Like hammers and screwdrivers and stuff will wear out, especially if they're left out in the rain. Even buildings will rust and will need to be maintenanced and maintained. And that, a lot of that, like, unnecessary levels of simulation is what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. And it's what will make this game interesting, too. What makes Dwarf Fortress slow? Who says Dwarf Fortress is slow? You mean run slowly, or do you mean, like, gameplay-wise? I don't understand the statement. Absolutely. You meant run slowly? The ridiculous amount of simulation that it has. So, yes, you are correct. I understand what you're saying now. Although Dwarf Fortress doesn't run that slowly. It only runs slowly if you really don't know what you're doing. But yeah, Stone's kind of correct. It's mostly human error. The ridiculous amounts of simulation help, but generally, if Dwarf Fortress is running slowly, it means that somebody fucked up. Because most of my forts run just fine. Sometimes there'll be a little bit of slowdown, but... Still real curious about how big I'm going to be able to make this. Let's put a door right there. Nope. Fluids are... Dwarf Fortress runs extremely well compared to the way it used to. There definitely was a time where Dwarf Fortress was a laggy mess, but those times were like 4 major versions ago. These days, like, assuming you're not just overproducing everything, the game's gonna run fine, more or less. Unless, like, something is really wrong. Like, a dwarf is stuck and behind fire and everything is smoldering. Hype trains are off cooldown, apparently. That's when you last played, probably? Yeah, probably. So yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress runs pretty well. I mean, just watch Long Death, if you, or one of my other forts for 5 minutes if you want to see, like, how well DF runs. Like, it generally runs fine. I mean, obviously it's not gonna run this fast, but, you know, it runs at a pretty steady 40 to 55 frames a second without too much issue on most forts with most population counts. It only starts to run bad when there's a lot going on, and that's not all the time, so. But, you know, like, city skylines can crash and burn frame rate-wise, too, and that's a modern game, so. People need to give Tarn Adams more credit. People just refuse to give Tarn Adams credit for making his game run well. For some sad reason or another. It's a lot of potatoes. So I've got these 2 fields at the end here. Grow barley, hops. I will say adventure mode gets pretty slow in big cities. Adventure mode's pretty slow, but when people talk about Dwarf Fortress, most people aren't talking about adventure mode. Yeah, well, I mean, it's still gonna have the same problems when the Steam version comes out. You know, like, world generation is still gonna take a while, but I don't know. Optimization in DF is one of those things I don't like to talk about because a lot of people are using outdated information anyway. And also, it usually just kind of comes down to, yeah, let's just make it seem like the creators of the game are incompetent. But if you think that that's the case, I encourage you to watch this clip right here from my most recent interview with Tarn, called Tarn Adams talks about local map generation. Listen to him talk for 5 minutes about how his map generation works. And that's just his map generation. And how he generates coherent worlds with no mistakes and no errors. It's, make sure you're taking notes, because there's a test at the end. And one other thing I'll say about Dwarf Fortress is, I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's a well-optimized, well-designed, well-playing game. I play it because it's unique. And I will absolutely play games that are inspired by them because they often have their own unique takes on the same format, which is interesting. But again, I play Dwarf Fortress because it's unique, not because it's the best game ever made. And I think, like, another good example of that is, like, Space Station 13. Space Station 13 is not the best game ever made by any stretch. But goddammit, it's unique. There's nothing really like it. There's Space Station 13, and that's kind of it. Playing games with mods? modding in Dwarf Fortress is different than a lot of games, but if you're looking for overhaul mods, Long Night is a pretty great science fiction mod. If you want like robots and androids and mech suits and shit, laser guns. What? Dwarf Fortress or SS13? I'm confused, Mark. Actually play what? Or are you asking if people in chat play Dwarf Fortress? Chat, do you play Dwarf Fortress? Or have you played Dwarf Fortress for more than 20 minutes? Press 1 if you play Dwarf Fortress. All right, see, then how's that for an average poll, Mark? I mean, I've watched you like post screenshots of getting troglodytes as tavern keepers. I would say that you've played a tiny little bit. Yeah, you've played once or twice. Somehow you just like create massive amounts of science. Yeah, no, I'd say like it's probably like 50-50 that somebody who watches this stream also probably plays Dwarf. It is amazing, and I hope at some point it gets a full tile set when the Steam version's out. Boom. Although the best tile set for it right now is probably Krug Smashes. This Star Wars mod is also, like, quietly pretty great. A looming AT-AT has come. It has 4 legs and 2 large blaster cannons at the front. Commanded by a crew of more and then a large A attacks you. Actually, I need to cancel that last one. Otherwise, it's going to cave in. We need those pillars done. And then we need to make some more cauldrons so that I can get more cauldrons in here and more cauldrons in here. Do, 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 do. I mean, I would be inclined to believe you at this point because you somehow have magic powers of convincing things to just work in Dwarf Fortress that I just can't wrap my brain around. Haas. Teach me your secrets, maybe? You know, Stone, it's almost like Dwarf Fortress is a free game that is not that difficult to play. That's like, I've just been trying to convince people of that for the past several years now. It's a free game, and it's also not that hard. You sort of watch streams so you don't have to play games. That's totally fair. So what you're saying is he's not very good at his job, Haas. Have you tried making him a scholar instead? Maybe he'll write some books on how to have 2 heads. We'll see you later, Paranoid Metroid. And if you stream on Twitch, I'll raid you. Just saying. One of us. One of us. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. I have to go like some comments because support comment decided to comment on all my videos just now. Support comment just comments support comment on every single one of my videos every couple of days. So shoutouts to support comment. Although legit, I thought that support comment was a bot for the first few months he was doing it. I was like, is this a bot? but I'm happy to confirm that support comment is in fact not a bot. All right, so this is going to be my, once this one brick gets removed, this is going to be my forge. At least the beginnings of my. Did you guys see any frame stuttering just now? My Discord just gave me an error. Or not Discord, my OBS gave me an error. I'm still live, right? I'm assuming so, because you guys aren't panicking yet. All right, the error's gone. Weird. Do I get on average per video? It's been more recently, but let's see. 1, 1, 7, 1, 4, 4, 9, 3, 15, 2, 10, 10, 2, 11, 257, 40, well, 39, 2, 5, 4, 2, 156, 46. Not on that one because it was a trailer. 2, 2, 3, 2. Probably not that many. Except for the DF News ones. I mean, I like yams. They're like delicious sweet potatoes. I ate a yam the other day, in fact. Make a metalworks. Junk. Let's make an ore crusher. A coke oven. A bloomery furnace. And we'll be making more of these. And then finally a forge. And I need a fuel and an ore stockpile. So you know what? We're just going to go here. Going to allow fuel. And ore. No, crushed ore. We'll just use that general one for right now. Yeah, coke as in like for making coke out of coal. You know what's actually really good? Yams and omelets, chat. Take some eggs, right? Make yourself an start up an omelet, and then take fresh baked yams and put those into the omelet with some seared onion. It's kind of like a savory yam omelet. Also, if you have little bits of ham or sausage. Don't do drugs, kids. That's all I will say, based on what chat's going on about right now. Don't do drugs. Unless they're natural and grow in the ground and are the color green. Then do lots of drugs. Otherwise, don't do drugs, kids. The black let's do this thing. Hold on. Huh. Interesting stuff. I figured it would be like a substitute for I am, yam. Yeah, am kind of deal. So there's our bloomery furnace. There's the coke oven. We just need the crusher up here. What's my view on psychedelics? You're new here, aren't you? You must be new here, my friend. Like I said, if it grows in the ground, it's probably okay. It's actually a quote from the Seth Rogen film Knocked Up, where he says, no pills, no prods, no pokes. If it grows in the ground, it's probably okay. That's my view on psychedelics. But you do what you want to do with your own body. And it's not my job to tell you what to do. That's just my take. Well, I mean, mushrooms grow in the ground. Those are probably fine, right? Dude, drugs Lamau, I know, right? Hobo arrived at exact the time. Because drugs were brought up, and then Hobo's like, drugs? I arrive. Speaking of Hobo, how are you? but get the right music? Oh, absolutely. I just remember, I own 4 full-length LPs on vinyl by the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. So you tell me what my thoughts on psychedelics are. You tell me. I once found God in a tomato. Hella boosted? Like, vaccine boosted? I might be going to another concert on Friday. I wasn't planning to, and then my friend was just like, you got that trip Moderna? Allegedly, I will be getting a booster sometime in January. Trip Pfizer? Oh. I mean, I'll be Moderna, I suppose. It depends on what the fuck they give me, but can't wait. Can't wait. Yeah, I mean, I need to get mine soon, but at the beginning of May? I got mine in June, my second shot. I mean, I don't drink Corona Extra, so couldn't tell you. I've never had Corona, and I've only drank Corona twice in my life. It's okay. It's an all right beer. It's drinkable, I guess. It's about the same as Heineken or any of those, which are all fine. I wouldn't even say it's hydrating. Yeah, that's one of the two. And then the other one was at a Frontier event because they took us to this very, very, very expensive Mexican restaurant. And the only thing they had on tap, or the only beer they had in the entire place was Corona. So the problem is up here, Chups, you can get Mexican style lager that's way better from other breweries from around here. So it's like, sure, you could use cheap vodka in a mixed drink with vodka, but it's better if you use better vodka. No, they had Bud Light and Corona at Sov House. Oh well. They also had really, really, really crappy whiskey. Like, really crappy whiskey. Like, the worst whiskey I've ever had in my life. It was in a giant plastic jug, so you know it was quality. I'm just going to comment on a sponsorship I just got offered. Hi, Blind IRL. So this campaign come up, and I thought it would be hella fun for you since they are looking for quality Twitch creators. It is a battle royale party game where you and your viewers can, where you and your stream viewers can play with you. I'm good, thanks. I'll say no to the $20 an hour. Peace.
You suck.
Sounds totally tubular radical action. Yeah, chat, exactly. Yeah, really tailored to your audience. Mm-hmm. I didn't even look at what the game was, to be completely honest with you. Hey, chat, do you guys like Twitch integration-based Battle Royale games?
Sweden is the final puppet master.
Don't tell,
No!
Don't tell Metallica that, because they'll be upset if you stole Master of Puppets. Thank you very much for the 26th month. Mind, welcome back. A fire has broken out in your settlement. Oh, near. Oh, well, that's very far away, so that's fine. A tree got struck by lightning. We're fine. What's up, Squished? I will see. I mean, sure. When you invade all of us, I will gladly bow down to my Swedish overlords. To be honest, I prefer Sweden than America or China. What does that have to do with first? Wait, what? I'm confused. Why are we suddenly talking about first-person shooters? I don't believe I spoke of a single first-person shooter in the last hour. And that game that I was referencing in the email was not a first-person shooter. No, this was not that, but if I say more, I'll give out what game it was. Also, I've been playing a shit ton of Halo, and Halo's very, 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 very fun. Just saying, you should download Halo, chat. If you see me playing Halo on Discord, just like shoot me a DM and I'll send you an invite. Let's play some Halo. Because Halo's very good. It's very, very fun. Kind of buggy, but very fun. Holy shit. It's so nice to play a good Halo again. It's been so long. It's funny, because didn't the last Halo actually have a Battle Royale in it? I'm pretty sure that was a thing. I don't think I'm making that up. We're just harvesting all the bushes. Battlefield? Stable? What? Or fun, even. It's, especially since the last 3 to 4 Battlefield games hasn't been the most stable / balanced game. Or fun, even. Yeah, no, it's like Battlefield hasn't been fun since fucking Bad Company 2. It's been a while. I mean, Halo has some problems, and I've definitely had some crashing issues, but they seem to have stabilized it since the initial launch. Halo? Yeah, Halo has plenty of novelty weapons. There's like a 6-shooter that makes no sense. There's a they still have the gravity hammer. They still have the weird swords. There's they added in a grappling hook, so you can grappling hook around Halo while doing... Okay, so here's what I did in my very first big team battle of Halo Infinite. So my first time playing Halo Infinite, right? I found a grappling hook, and I grappling hooked up to a Banshee, right? Just jacked the guy out of the Banshee and threw him out of the Banshee, and then he grappling hooked back up to the same Banshee and pulled me out of it and threw me out of it, right? And then I grappling hooked back up to his Banshee as he was flying, and because the entire time we're falling, because nobody's driving, because we're just grappling hook jacking each other, we fell into like the infinite depths of nothingness and exploded. So it was grapple shot, grapple shot, grapple shot, grapple shot off the map. And I was like, I think I love this game because they just took Halo and then crammed a lot of Just Cause into it. And you still have like the same dumb physics as Halo, right? So you're like still just like doing donuts in the Warthog and doing all this silly bullshit. It's so stupid. It's so fun. It's just a video game that knows it's a fucking video game and it's not ashamed to just be a dumb video game. Exactly. Halo's just dumb fun, except now it's on a proper platform that isn't, consoles. Basically, Halo's back home. Because Halo 1 was on PC back in the day, and Halo's home again. I'm just so happy that Halo is now home. As they said over at Giant Bomb, it's like they took Halo and put the stunt position in it. Stunt position. Just Cause. TM. Recently, I played a game last night, actually. I just got into a Warthog, drove around the corner, and watched the 2 enemy Warthogs come flying around the corner, and I had a gunner, right? And I was driving. These two enemy warthogs came around the corner, and both started shooting at me, and I just rammed into them and pushed both of them and my warthog off of a cliff. So it was 2 warthogs and 6 kills for 1 warthog, and I was like, yeah, I got a team kill because my gunner came with me, but we won, so Or like when you're driving the little quad around, which I can never remember the name of. Driving a little quad around, and the bad guy jumps onto the back of it, and you drive off a cliff. It's like... all of this stupid silliness just happens in Halo because it's Halo. Halo 1 you played and you really loved the alien weapons. The last Halo I played was Halo 2. And that was like decades ago. So I'm right there with you. I played Halo 1 and I loved Halo 1. Played a little bit of Halo 2 and I liked what I played of Halo 2. And now Halo Infinite is free to play. So it's like, fuck it, bitches, I'm back. Why not? It's right there. Anyway, I need to take a leak real quick. So I'm going to pause the game and I will BRP. Don't go anywhere. Also gonna prep my stuff for lunch as well, but anyway, BRB. I mean, that is a good episode of Futurama, mind. That is definitely a good episode of Futurama. Yeah, no, I mean, like, Halo is just silly, right? And I too am kind of, like, sick and tired of modern military shooters. Like, I completely understand that sentiment, because, like, I'm pretty anti-war. I'm also kind of anti-military. Like, I have respect for people who were in the military, but I don't like, and I don't like that kind of stuff. It bothers me a little bit. Especially like, you know, my neighbor's kind of blatant fetishization of military and private military and all that stuff. And that part of the games industry has gotten weird to me over the years. And I like it less and less as time goes on. And I do kind of feel that way about a lot of modern military shooter stuff. It gets weird. Like, I feel that way overwhelmingly about Escape from Tarkov, or as an easy example. Like, I actually find that game difficult to watch now because of how gun fetishy it gets. And, you know, I'll go to a range and I'll shoot a rifle. I don't care. But a lot of that stuff is weird to me. Whereas, like, Halo, there's a rifle in that game that on one shot is just like a single shot, like high damage, like weird pulsar thing. On the other one, it's a homing sphere that charges up and then goes and follows them. Like, there's a rocket launcher called the Spanker, and when you pick it up, your AI screams, "I love me a good spanking!" And you know that game takes itself very seriously, so. It's like when the most effective weapon in the game to take out a tank is a giant hammer. It's like, okay, this game takes itself very seriously. It's like running around outside with squirt guns. You know, everybody has fun with that. That's just a good time. Oh God, come on. Need to make more soup. I need another cauldron, actually, is what we really need. Or how are they doing on the, Still working on this. There's gotta be some coal that's closer. Doesn't seem to be. But you know, it's the same reason why I liked Quake back in the day, right? I really, really, really liked Quake back in the day. Quake was the best. Quake was the best. Because it was like silly over-the-top madness, right? And Unreal Tournament was similar to that. It was silly over-the-top madness. And then Battlefield came out. And Battlefield was cool. But it kind of, to a point, just stopped being interesting. Yeah, and then it turned out to be bland and didn't really have much going for it, Boone. But I don't know. Don't worry too much. Just play fun games, right? And that's kind of where I put my line down. Just play cool, weird games that seem interesting. Oh, for sure. Enter the Gungeon is very goofy. I mean, it's kind of actually for the same reason. I don't like Binding of Isaac because it makes me want to vomit. It's theming, it's art, it's everything. Like, I can't even watch streams of Binding of Isaac. It just makes me feel sick, right? Genuinely, it makes me feel sick. But I'll watch Enter the Gungeon all day, you know? So. At the end of the day, play games that you think look fun. That's all I do. And endless puns are a delight. Oh, I can attest to that. I need another cauldron bad. All right, let's harvest all that. Good thing that we're still getting fish. The problem is we can't actually make this until we have fuel available. The fuel is very far. Even though I've prioritized it, it's still very... They are trying to dig to it, though. But what I could do is I could build a bridge right there. And a bridge down there once it's available. See what gets done quicker. Also, you know, chat, at the end of the day, when it comes to weird games and interesting games, roguelikes and dwarf-likes and all this crap, just thanks for watching my stream. Seriously, thank you. Because, you know, this channel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for people who watched it, so. Thanks for sticking around and watching. I really need somebody to make that cauldron. They just need to move the cauldron up there. We're wasting food supplies right now because nobody's built the cauldron. There it goes. Now it's made, so now we can make the soup out of the sweet corn and potatoes. Take you off of that. Let's just let you do that. Let's just let you be chef. Last step. Oh, I see the problem. crank up the priority on that. We're wasting so much food right now. There we go. They're finally making it. I need another cauldron, but we're in the process of getting stuff for the cauldron, and I need this done first. Nice. Well, feed people faster, because you're not doing your job fast enough. But I thought you were doing your job. You're eating a raw sweet corn right now. Let's make another kitchen workshop. Because jobs seem to be backpedaled up there. You too. Just get to cooking. There you go. That's what we need. We need people cooking. So now it's potato soup. Now someone should come and move that down there. Problem right now is there's just not enough. There's too many jobs that need to be done all at once right now. Is the actual issue that we have. But the bright side, we're back in a better spot now. Well, we're making some progress down here. They're also trying to build this. The blocks have all been allocated. They just need to bring them down, which is going to take a little bit. And they're working on it. This dwarf right here is bringing stuff down. You right there. We got back problems, lady. Look at that. Look at that hunch. Such a long walk. You really appreciate distance in this game. Like, look at how long it takes them to get down here, even on higher speeds. It's such a long time. While we slowly plant more stuff. We've still got more farms that need to be tilled, but on the bright side, we do have plenty of food. Plenty, assuming we can keep these made. There they go. They're pretty efficiently making them. I just need this done. So, not too much that we can do in the game right now, aside from just kind of wait until they get the forge done. Has anybody here picked this game up, though? I'm curious if anybody here's played this. What you think of the game? Also, I'm heavily debating as to what we should do tonight. We could do more of that Shadow of Forbidden Gods thing. Nope, Patrick. This is King Under the Mountain. This is a colony builder in a fantasy theme. It has some really neat ideas. If you have a peek at the roadmap, it'll give you kind of a good idea of what this game is going to be. You backed the Kickstarter way back? You might actually have the game now. You should check your email. It doesn't play anything like RimWorld. It's very Dwarf Fortress, but a lot more production line focused than Dwarf Fort. I get you, Disco. Too busy playing that Halo Infinite, I understand. Got really deep into High Fleet. Should I play that? Should I play High Fleet? Do you think I'd be able to play High Fleet? Yeah, like there's no direct control. I mean, there's no combat in the game yet, Patchwork, but there's no direct control of the dwarves. So because of that, it feels very dwarfy. But also, like, cooking is like a 4-step process. They put water into the soup bowl or into the cauldron, and then they put the ingredients into the cauldron, and then they bring it to the feasting hall, and then they can eat it. That's just one thing. Making barrels is like 8 steps and requires a bunch of different, or it's 4 steps and requires 3 different types of workshops. You need a full forge setup. I don't have epilepsy, no. I do have issues seeing details, but that game looks like a aesthetic marvel, so even though I wouldn't be able to see what the fuck's happening most of the time, I feel like I would still enjoy it. I mean, I literally played through EXO 1 a second time last night, which has a very large epilepsy warning at the start of the stream. Okay, so now we have sweet corn and potato soup, which they then put there, which gives us 12 meals instead of 1 per ingredient. I don't know. I look at High Fleet and I see this looks like Mech Warrior, but 2D and with like air vehicles. So that's what my brain says when I see High Fleet. I don't know how accurate that actually is, but that's what my brain says when I see it. It's like, ooh, it's like Mech Warrior. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. Chad, I'm an idiot. There's coal right here. I've been going all the way down there. Let's lower the priority on this and increase the priority on that. It's much closer. Time to sleep. You sleep well, Huz. What, High Fleet? See, here's this thing that you know about, that you should know about me by this point. I do this for a living. So I generally know when games come out. Other people who I may like or dislike also do this for a living. There's lots of people that I like and also people that I dislike who know that games exist alongside of me. Just because I happen to know games exist a lot of the time is not unique to me. Like, it's not some unique superpower I have. I just pay attention. Okay, fair enough. You may have just like sold me out of it, but I might end up getting into it because of the aesthetic. I mean, another game that I play mostly because of the aesthetic and the feeling and the atmosphere is Brigador, and I fucking love Brigador, so. But Patrick, we've been over this before. I don't agree with or like people who weaponize their community, and that individual weaponizes his community, so. If you weaponize your community, you will immediately lose all of the respect I have for you, period. No question. Do not ever encourage your community to bully or attack people or go after people. And if you blatantly do that in multiple videos, yes, sir, I don't really agree with you. Even if you promote games that deserve it. Literally directing harassment at people that you make money off of their games is kind of disgusting. So significantly cooler than a visual novel. Gotcha, Twitch ups. Pay attention to it. Watch what he does. Like, if you like his videos, that's fine. Watch his videos. But please don't promote them in my chat, ever. And pay attention to the way he directs people towards certain discords, or pay attention to the way he complains about things and says how somebody's whining about it. Pay attention to how he does that. It's an incredibly effective format of marketing, is weaponizing your community. It's extremely effective because people immediately find out who you are, because suddenly there's just like dozens of, if not hundreds of people going after and harassing specific people. But it's also bloody disgusting and I hate it. And that individual does that frequently. He's gotten a bit better at it over the years, but he's never apologized. So I have zero interest. Well, it's not going to sour my mood, but it does make people unfollow me. It's a fun fact. Like, me talking smack about Seth has, like, lost me subs in the past and probably will in the future. But I refuse to respect people who weaponize their community. Intentionally so. Because it's very easy to just simply not do that. And if you do weaponize your community, you shouldn't be allowed to profit from that, which is what he does. So. The scariest people on this planet are edgelords who are intelligent, who have large audiences. He's one of those. I've never gotten around to Disco Elysium. It's been on my to-do list for a while, but I keep getting distracted. Honestly, like, that Caves of Cud tourist playthrough is probably around the same pacing Disco Elysium would be. So I do need to do that at some point, especially now that it's fully voice acted. Maybe if I like have a stroke of insanity, I'll do that through December, but excuse me. Just know that I'm many things, but I'm not an idiot. And usually if I have a dislike or a disdain for somebody, there's probably a valid reason behind it. Been replaying it? I mean, yeah, it's been on my radar since it came out. And I didn't stream Disco Elysium back when it came out because I didn't want to play it because everybody was like, I'm still playing it, or I haven't played it yet, or I won't watch that stream because spoilers. And every time I bring it up now, it's still the same thing, where it's like half of my regulars are like, yeah, I wouldn't watch that stream because I haven't played it myself yet. And it's like, well, it's difficult for me to play a game if I know for a fact that like a large portion of my audience just isn't going to watch because of spoilers. So that's kind of the main reason why I haven't played it. You know, Mark, I don't really want to go into details about my addictive tendencies, but I'll just say that I have addictive tendencies when it comes to substances, regardless of the substance. I'm just better at managing it with certain substances than others. Also, alcohol makes me suicidal. Weed just makes me high. So me, high on weed, I just sit on my sofa for 8 hours and watch YouTube videos. Me on alcohol, I'm on a suicide hotline after a couple of hours. So, like, if you want to talk about really dark subjects, we can. But TLDR, for me, alcohol triggers my depressive tendencies, whereas weed doesn't. Weed is just chill. Well, now you have your answer to the question. It's the same reason I don't ever gamble, because I have addictive tendencies. It can be very idiotic. That I agree with, Patrick. That I agree with. Also, just because I know you're a fan, shoutouts to Etal for raising $1 bajillion for charity in 4 hours. That was an incredible stream. $25,000 by himself in 6 hours. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So anyways, how's your sex life? Oh, hi, doggy. That's just where we're at now. It's going well, Bob. We're just managing some dwarves. Trying to actually, like, see everything that this game has to offer, and I think I've finally gotten to a point where I'm able to do that. There we go. That's what we need. We need coal. That'll be our coal stockpile. I say, where'd all the sound effects go? Third of winter, year 3. Got a bunch of potatoes, some deer meat, fruits. Here's the Zephysurdia. There's the roadmap if you want to peek through it. This is a game I backed on Kickstarter in 2018, so I'm just kind of digging into it and seeing what it has to offer. So far, it's kind of like a 2D take on Dwarf Fortress. It's mostly comparable to Dwarf Fortress in the way it plays. But it's still very alpha. It's still very much unfinished. I try and listen to people and learn, Patrick. And sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. Nobody's perfect. Like, all of the UI is placeholder. A lot of stuff is still very much unfinished, but it's a neat little colony builder that has some neat ideas with a familiar theme. It's got a lot of direct references to Dwarf Fortress in it, too. But this game is very focused on production lines. Wisdom is knowing when to not listen to somebody and when to shut the fuck up. None of that stuff's in the game yet. Just look at the roadmap, Twitch Ups. There's a lot of things in this game that are like, yes, but not yet. Because solo dev, low budget, solo dev, not hobbyist dev, but like low budget solo dev. Stuff be slow. Yeah, this was kickstarted back in 2018, and there was a couple pauses in development because dev needed money, so he went and got contract work and then came back. So I don't know. To me, the dev has shown enough dedication that I'm pretty sure this will get developed further. You know, it's kind of like an Odd Realm situation where patches might be slow, but it'll get done. All right. Got butchery done. We got ingredients lined up. Can make more soup. Grinding hematite. I need you to grind me. Not that stuff. I need you to grind this stuff. Coal. I need coal. You know what? I could actually just, like, cancel this back here. Currently does not need to get done. Just kind of a waste of time. But I do need to get this done. I'm an intelligent person, but I'm not very smart. Example, I never finished high school. Probably never will. Dropped out early. But also not an idiot. To the point where, like, I've gotten weird opportunities from people just based on how I talk. People are like, I can tell you have high levels of deductive reasoning and you are very intelligent. I'm like, you have no idea about me. You know nothing about me. I'm an idiot. Although, I guess in one way, that's kind of a very flattering statement because it also kind of shows how much success I've had considering how far down I've been in the past. Like, I was homeless not too long ago, yet here we are. Yes. I mean, intelligence is a hard word to spell. Just like one word that always trips me up is laughing and beautiful. Those two words always trip me up. It's like, how the fuck do I spell that? I always have to like think about it and like triple check because it always looks wrong. And then it's always right. And I'm like, that doesn't look right. What? I live down the streets? Yep. From May 2014 until end of August 2014. I had a job and all of my stuff was in a storage unit, but I slept on benches, in people's garages, by a dumpster once. I mostly showered either at a friend's house or at my ex's parents' house or at the public pool. Beautiful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what was one of my proudest moments in spelling when I was younger? Was spelling Madagascar correctly the first time while playing Scrabble with my grandmother. I had no idea how to spell Madagascar, and I literally spelled it Mad-Gascar, the exact way it sounds, and I felt like a fucking genius at 7. I just spelled Madagascar correctly, and I had no idea how to spell that. I just knew that it existed, and I'd seen the movie, and I was like, how do I spell that? I was probably older than 7. I must have been like 12 or 13. But I was just like, how the fuck do you spell Madagascar? Well, fuck me, I guess. Von Rollen. Prisoner? In 4th grade spelling bee? How did you spell prisoner then? Was that like actually just like a super indirect call for help or something? Spanish works. Can we just end there? I mean, I certainly hope it does. You get mad studying English? I get mad studying just that. I love that they don't actually sleep in the same bed every night, so they're just sleeping in random spots every time. I kind of love that. They don't have proper bed assigning yet, and we have too many dwarves and not enough cauldrons. I really need this to be finished. But do I not have a... You know what? Fuck it. Let's... I also feel like they prioritize something once you have a stockpile for it. So if you don't have a stockpile for something, they just don't, like, prioritize it. So now we have an ore and a fuel stockpile. Let's see if that helps. So we're grinding stuff. We need this. I can make another cauldron. Because English is made by artists, not by smart people, okay? Come on. Although my favorite comment about any language is my teammate Bellinair's comment about Finnish, which is Finnish is what happens when you have a bunch of incredibly drunk people locked in the dark for 8 months of the year. Depends on the artist. Patchwork. Also somewhat clinically insane usually. You know, it's a pretty good quote on that I heard on a podcast the other day was need a grist mill, a baker's workshop, and a baker's oven. Pretty good quote I heard on a podcast recently was, anybody who is obsessed with true crime is probably actually a serial killer. They just haven't snapped yet. They call a dragon a salmon snake in Finland? What? Is that the actual, like, translation of that? Because that's incredible. A salmon snake, eh? Gonna go slay a salmon snake. To me, salmon snake just sounds like an innuendo for something. Like, that's just, like, a slang term for your dick. Like, you don't want to see my salmon snake. That, welcome back with food, Irish stupid. With a long-term partner, I do nothing but watch true crime willingly by myself. What do you want about? Don't accuse me of crimes I haven't committed yet. Jeez. What'd you come back to? Nothing! Just Finland. Chat, what did Bobtron come back to, aside from just perfectly normal garbage? Russian guy I told you once about learning, oh, it's difficult for the first 20... About learning, oh, it's only difficult for the first 20 years and then you get the ropes, more or less. What, for learning Finnish? Or learning Russian? Learning Russian? My older sister learned Russian in like a year, so I don't know if I agree with that. And the reason my older sister learned Russian in like a year is because she was dating a Russian dude and they just practiced. She learned Russian pretty quick. And then they broke up, and I bet you she forgot most of it. I mean, I feel like for a native English speaker, that's like learning Chinese. Like, I know some people who've learned Chinese, various dialects of Chinese, and it always just sounds like an absolute clusterfuckian nightmare that I don't even remotely envy. But, you know, all exaggerations are based in truth. It all makes sense. I'm not gonna kill anybody, man. Not yet. I haven't found the right person. What? I'm not capable of that. I don't think. Also, for whatever it's worth, I'm kind of not planning on ever going to a TwitchCon again. I just got this notice from Twitch, okay? I'm going to read this verbatim. Suspicious user detection is now live on your channel. This feature uses machine learning to identify potential channel ban evaders in your community. Learn more at the Safety Center. Hold on a second. Is Twitch Minority Report now? Excuse me? We are now using machine learning to, like, detect who's a baddie. All right, chat, so the algorithm's going to decide if you're bad now. Brilliant. I mean, I guess that's just potential spam detected, but it's just the way they worded that is You want to be suspicious? Chat, try and be sus. Go. It's not you? Are you not sus, Halo? You sure? You love the art for the doors? They do swing very satisfyingly. What could go wrong? I've seen Minority Report. I know how this ends. Although the best part about the best part about Minority Report is just all of the stuff with the hand-driven computer stuff. I'm sorry, what? I'm really, really happy I don't have automatic link timing out because I know that that's not a real link, but also fuck me not right now, really? Really? Axon's trying to be sus, but it's not detecting Axon's susness. Rip. Little too on the nose? I mean, kind of. I mean, with what, Axon? I got a shovel. I have, a rat. Rubber duck. I have a pencil. We're still waiting for fuel to be available. Oh, the Discord mug? I don't actually have any cereal in my house right now, so how could I possibly be a serial killer? This has nothing to do with serial killing, but this wasn't officially announced because we didn't want to compete with the hot potato. But Halcyon Frequency has some merch up for sale right now, and all of the proceeds go to charity water. So if you'd like to buy a Christmas-themed T-shirt or sweater or mug, all of the profits go directly to charity water, which is something I'm going to be shouting out now. And I need to make a promotional video and like get it up for sale so that we don't miss Christmas because we kind of were late on the punch on that one. Plushy rat on desk is definitely a play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse joke. That's fine. Make puns. You're in the pungent. I mean, it can be any color you want it to be. It's got lots of colors. Can I just say that it's ridiculous that you can pay for that mug in 4 payments of $4? It's ridiculous to me. They ship worldwide, so yes. In fact, because you're in the Netherlands, they'll probably fulfill from the... Because they have 2 European warehouses, one in like England and then one in mainland Europe. Probably Germany would be where they'd fulfill from then. Well, you're looking at Canadian dollars, so subtract Canadian amounts and click on that link and you'll see the normal price. But you're looking at Canadian prices currently. Which obviously look like more because it's Canadian dollars. So if you want to see the price in your region, click the link and it'll tell you. But I could make them cheaper, but then less money would go to charity water. That's the point. Any item on there is between $4 and $7 to charity water. No, they've never been worth more than freedom dollars. I really need another cauldron or we're not going to survive another winter. Tell Gimp I said hi. I haven't seen him in ages. Let's cancel that. Maybe it's in a spot where they can't reach it. Oh, that explains. Let's just bump the priority on that, please. I do, because I get paid in American dollars and it comes into my bank account in Canadian dollars, so I have to stare at it. That's a complex menu? Like, that's a complex menu? Not really, it's just a basic crafting screen. Pretty straightforward. It's also already automated. I'm just changing around priorities so that I get things done a little bit quicker. We are about to run out of food. Looking around for stuff that we can hunt. Let's go after a wild boar or two. We might lose a dwarf, but that's fine. Keeps us alive, it's worth. You hope you don't die again? That would just be ironic at that point. I do have a millstone, but for some reason it wants a limestone millstone, so let's try that again. Oh, I see. I've got it specified to limestone, which is fine until you need specific materials. Because I have a limestone millstone. Fair enough. Hey, Whitcode. I mean, the Canadian dollar is usually about 70 cents, or is the US dollar is about usually about 70 cents compared to the Canadian dollar. So I usually get a 30% bump in when it transfers into Canadian, which is kind of nice because it means that I get the transfer rate usually covers my taxes. I don't know about that. It's good to be relatively aware of what's going on, otherwise you become incompetent. But I understand the need to disconnect. Also, Bob, thanks for the host. That, not true necessarily, but... Always beautiful to watch, yeah, especially the part where all the houses fall over. Why did you just take blocks? Oh, I see, right, because you're getting other blocks. We got potato and tomato soup. Tomato, potato. We got one wild boar done. And another one. Hey, they got 2 wild boars. Neat. I also want to get the baker up and running over there. Dwarves, you guys are stressing me out by not cooking fast enough. Kind of wish this game had hauling priorities. Oh, granary, that's the thing I need. Let's just add this into this stockpile. Cool, so now grains get stored here too. Oh, interesting. They're storing hemp here now. Wondering if wheat's gonna pop up. Ow. Curie died of dehydration, apparently. I'm not sure how that happened, but that happened. Couldn't get to a water barrel in time, I guess. Probably had to walk way too far across the map. I don't know. I've been... my current news get is I listen to the radio station News 1130, which is our local, like, radio. And I listen to BBC World Service podcasts sometimes if I want to hear world news. Nix the Second is throwing a tantrum for some reason. I don't know why. Or what that really means. Oh, it's because you saw a dead body. Still not sure how that happened. She was a miner, so my theory is that she had to walk too far away. I mean, you got to remember that... Come on, we got to get rid of this corpse. Come on, guys. Just get rid of this corpse. You got to remember that I think I probably am more connected to people and their bullshit than most people because of how plugged into Twitch I am. And so I fully understand the need to disconnect. You was indeed the first tantrum. Although I don't actually know what tantrums do. I think they just refuse to work for a couple minutes right now. Like they don't quite... They're not really destructive currently. So I'm not entirely sure. There we go. Getting that done. So now it's just a matter of getting that body removed. But this might actually be a benefit for us. The fact that somebody just dies means we won't get a migrant for a year, which is actually probably a positive thing. We just need that saw dead body to go away. Again. There you go. Rip Kiri. Carried a dead body minus 55. Slept in an enclosed bedroom. Had a tantrum plus 100. So Tygo's super happy now. Go figure. So now I have a grist mill and a baker's oven and a bunch of other things. So theoretically, once we get wheat, which we haven't really started growing yet. Hops, barley, potato, carrot, hemp, tomato. Yeah, I haven't even started growing wheat. Once we get wheat, we should be theoretically able to be able to make some bread. Looks like a lot. Absolutely. But, you know, it's like I've been saying for a while. I have no idea how long the development of this game is going to take, Twitch ups, so don't buy it unless you want to support it. But I will be playing it as new stuff comes out because the current game is interesting enough for me that I've gotten about 20 hours of entertainment out of it, and I backed it, so damn it, I'm going to get my time out of it. You know, there's other games that I played or that I backed that I kind of skipped because they just didn't interest me at all. I'm not, I mean, I know what THC is. What's Delta 8 THC? Is that like hypercondensed THC or some shit? What's that? Another thing that you may not notice is the weather changing constantly and the fact that you need irrigation to have crops. I don't know, this game already has more interesting farming than Dwarf Fortress and also has significantly more interesting production routes. The problem is this game seems to end up being very slow sometimes. Lower the priority on that. Yay, they're producing coal ore. That's what we've needed this whole time is coal. So finally, they're producing coal. Because then we can make coke. Once we have coke, then they will make this. I mean, I have 2 very high THC strains of weed in my apartment right now, so. But that's interesting. I know nothing about any of those legal loopholes because I live in a country where we don't need loopholes because it's just legal. Shocker, right? They're trying to make more soup. Why were you upset? Okay, they're still upset about seeing a dead body. Why are you very thirsty? Go get a drink. Right there. I'll say this, you get used to it pretty quick. In regards to normal THC, you get used to it pretty quick. But maybe I'm just some sort of super villain. Where are you going? Dying of thirst. Cool. Go get a drink then. Huzzah! Quit dying of thirst and just go get yourself a drink. There you go. Jesus. It's like we need a well, but in order to build a well, I need rope. And I don't think we have rope. But I'm just going to try and build a well here and see what happens. Because I don't think I have rope, but maybe we do. No, so I have pretty severe anxiety and pretty severe depression. And if my brain is ticking off and I can't stop anxiety, THC shuts my brain off. I get no anxiety from THC. THC just like makes me creative and think about other things, which is lovely. So it's like an on-off switch for my brain. It just makes my brain stop. And often I need my brain to stop because my brain doesn't know when to stop. So if my brain's going absolutely haywire, which is what my brain does when it's depressed, it calms me down and relaxes me and allows me to function again. So weed does the opposite of making me anxious. If anything, alcohol makes me anxious. Yeah, I know. I mean, lots of people have different effects So do what works for you. Maybe. We literally can't cook quick enough. Let's see. Oh shit, we do have rope. Should look at that. Maybe that'll help. We have a hemp rope. Now it's a question of, is it just going to produce water where it is? Or do I need to fill it? Because if I need to fill it, then I need another pump, I guess. It's like, D8 is great. Well, I'm more of a D20 person myself. Someone had to make the joke. No, that's fair. No, and I understand that end of the legality. I don't need to pay attention or care about any of it because we just have recreational legalization. So, like, I'm not trying to brag when I'm like, yeah, we have like recreational legalization. I swear I'm not trying to brag. It's just where I live. Did I not plant wheat? Oh, I did. There, it's just gonna take a while. No THC is addictive. Like, weed is the only substance, and I'm counting caffeine in this, that I've ever taken, or THC specifically, is the only substance I've ever taken where I can just not for 6 weeks and be fine. Every other thing I've ever taken, it's like, I crave it after I don't have it. I crave coffee, I crave sugar, I crave salt, I crave certain types of food. I crave a lot of things, but I don't crave THC because there is no addiction.
This is madness!
Madness? You're almost out of food once again. Eat. Because I have more dwarves than I can cook for. And they're eating my resources faster than I can cook them. We're going to try and get elephants and such. I mean, cheese is wonderful. I concur. Actually, weed makes me crave cheese, so. We are, like, out of our potatoes. We're about to harvest a bunch more, so that's good. So now I have this limestone well right here. I'm real curious to see how that ends up working. I also want to try building windmills because I don't actually know what windmills are for, but this game has windmills in it, so I'm gonna build a windmill, like right here. I think they're just power generators, but I'm not sure. I don't plan on doing any drugs. I just do the drugs that help me. Frog for hire. That are legal. That are made available. I don't know. This conversation is just is like actively getting bad. So if we actually have anything productive to say on the subject, that's good. But currently, people are just like, I choose this habit. Choose whatever habit you want. I'm not telling you should have any habit. It doesn't matter. They're all bad for you, quite literally. So let's not make it into a spitting contest, yeah? I might be gone by the time you get back. Depends on on what time you get back, Nix. But we'll see you when we see you. They say that. Rock, they do say that. Like, to be clear, I think that weed can be incredibly beneficial and so can THC. But I also think that it can be incredibly detrimental and harmful. And the same goes for alcohol. Not really advocating for either. In fact, I'm pretty blunt about the problems that I have with substances. So, I think it's best be honest.
You blind or something? Love your town talks. Keep up doing videos, man.
Legally blind, yeah. So they say you blind or something? Question mark. Love your Tarn talks and keep doing the videos. Love them. Cheers. I'm legally blind. If you're curious about that, exclamation point eyes in the chat. I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes, which impacts my visual field in my left eye and makes my right eye not work at all. But you know. I'm glad that you like the videos and thanks for the $10. Cheers. Chat, can I get a round of beers? The $10 tip. You just wanted to pun? Oh. I can never tell if that's a legit question or not. Because half the time it is and half the time it ain't. Still trying to figure out why this is taking so long to be constructed. Because literally all I need is a second cauldron, and then life will be better. But yeah, the Tarn talks seem to be a every 4 months thing. So we'll do another one in 4 months. I kind of see it, and I've basically talked to him, and we've kind of agreed that it's more or less a replacement for the old, or not a replacement, but a stand-in kind of thing for the old DF talk. So. And I'm glad that I can be the cool guy who does interviews. I really like being kind of known as that. You know, I have a pet peeve. I really don't like receiving emails from Wikipedia saying, Gregory, previous years you gave us $3. Will you give us $3 again? You know what I would much prefer? Is if they just had a way for me to automatically give them money once a year, because I would absolutely just give Wikipedia $10 a year if they just had a way for me to click a button and sign up instead of asking for one-time donations once every 3 years. It's like, just... But they don't advertise it, because I would absolutely do that just to make them stop sending me emails, because I'm totally fine with just giving Wikipedia money. I use Wikipedia literally every day. Totally fine with just giving them some money. They do once every 3 years? I'd give them $10 a year to make them shut up and quit sending me emails. Like, have you ever just paid somebody to shut up? Because that's how I feel about Wikipedia sometimes. All right. Uh-oh. That's not good. We are officially out of food. Meaning we are about to start starving to death. But my carrots are almost done. Because literally they're eating the food faster than I can produce it. And when they're running in circles, it means they're trying to get food, but they have no way of accessing it. So a bunch of people are about to die, if not all of them. This game is kind of funny until, like, their AI just breaks. Because, like, I can't forbid food types like you can in other games. So I can't be like, don't eat raw food. So they'll just eat raw food faster than I can cook it until they run in circles and die. Which kind of sucks. And I hope that that gets changed sooner rather than later. I don't think that they do that, do they? Do they accept basic attention token? I didn't think they did. Okay, well, we do have fox soup done. So now they just need to bring it over. One just needs to move it, and then people can get food. Oh, there's one. Bastet died. I'd rather give them money. Bad is fake funny money. That sort of works. I'd rather just turn bat into Ethereum and keep it. Flynskitten died. Orange is throwing a tantrum. Might be the end of this fort. Once again, because they refuse to haul things on top priority. This game really, like, needs some AI work. Like, it's not bad, it's just, it needs some AI work. There goes another one. They literally just need to bring this over here. So let's see what I can do in here. If I can make this work. Like, they're all starving. They just need to pick this up from here and move it here. That's all that they need to do to not starve to death. But instead, they're just standing there and dying. But besides, it's kind of irrelevant. I want to just give them... Anyway, whatever. I'll figure out how to give Wikipedia money. So yeah, this is the frustrating thing that happens in this game once a year. Is you just kind of get to this point where everybody just dies, basically. And there's really just nothing you can do. Like, they just stop giving a shit at a point. Let's see if we jump back to the most recent save. If I can save it. Load game. Really? Wasn't that like... I thought that's supposed to be like 2 days ago. It should make like a hard save every year. I really wish that I could set it to do that. Because now we just die, and that's it. Guys, you need to bring this over here, and then you'll all have meals. Well, the problem was they ate all the ingredients, right? There needs to be a way to forbid ingredients from being consumed and only using ingredients on meals, because that's how you multiply your ingredients. 3 ingredients become 12 meals in soup. But I was desperately trying to get my forge up and running, but they needed fuel. Fuel's in this stockpile, but they didn't put it in this stockpile, which is where I wanted it. And I was trying to move it to this stockpile so that they can make that with the fuel. It's like, the cool thing that this game does is it has in-depth production routes, right? But it's not good enough that it consistently works. So the second it breaks, you have this. And there's literally nothing I can do. They're just gonna die. Sort of, yeah. It's too many steps for a simple task, and there aren't enough tools in the game yet to fix that task. So they're literally all broken. I just need one dwarf to carry this for like 10 feet. That's all that I need him to do. Like, this dwarf could do it, but he's starving, so he doesn't care. There's nothing I can do. GG. But yeah, this game needs AI balancing. How many are left? Yeah, we still got 6 left, somehow. Let's see if deconstructing this Oh, okay, so deconstructing it actually just deletes all of the food that's in it? That's brilliant. We also have food that's probably pretty much good to go over there. And that's it. All right, so I think we'll play this again after it patches. But yeah, this once again, this game seems really neat. It's just very unfinished. And this is once again, I think, kind of a showcase of why it's very unfinished. Oh my god. Looks like Tygo managed to get some food. So maybe we can keep this going. In before we managed to keep this going out of sheer, like, insanity. We just need one dwarf who's stupid enough to not give up. How many dwarves do we have alive? One! It's the story of Tygo by himself. Tygo, what jobs do you have? 3 that are useless. Okay, well, let's give you cooking and farming, I guess? So you mine, cook, and farm. So if this dwarf doesn't die, it's the story of the dwarf by himself. It's the sole survivor. Sole survivor. All right, Chad. Do we let's take some bets here. Do we think that this one dwarf Tygo is going to survive for the year by himself? Like, will he make it to spring? Yes or no? Do you think he survives? I mean, he's got like 7 potatoes. Likes his bedroom. It's farming. Still farming. Do you have faith he will die? Well. He's gonna go dig some graves right now, which is pretty important. Depends on, still sleeping in the bedroom with all the bodies in it. You can do it? We believe in Tygo? You believe in Tygo? Okay. We'll play this out with Tygo then. Speaking of, he's starting to starve now. They need minus 55, I think, to tantrum. Uh-oh. He needs food. There's potatoes right there. Can I cancel the assigning to the workshop? Okay, why is that being removed, but it's also not being removed? He's gonna starve to death. He's broken. Just needs to, like, put those into that with the water, but he's too hungry to do it. So, literally, he needs to take those 2 ingredients and water and put it into that pot, and he's fine. Oh, what? Maybe the tantrum will sort him out. Maybe? Nope. Just go cook. You moron. That's all that you have to do is cook. Cook and farm. Well. New dwarves will turn up? Yeah, you have to wait until spring, which we could wait for. All right, time to wait until spring, chat. It's summer. Yeah, I know. Well, we'll see if new dwarves show up. So, yeah. Doopa-doopa-doopa-doop. Although they only show up if you have food available. We do have plenty of food in the gardens, but there is no food available, so they might not actually. I don't think it's worth it. Chat, do we want to wait until spring? Because that's kind of a long period of time. We have to wait through summer, fall, and winter. And then we might get more people. I don't think it's worth it. Chat, what do you think? Do we want to wait or nah? If nah, then I go get lunch and we play a different game. I don't know what that means because you said both. No, wait. Does that mean no, you want me to wait? Or no, wait. No, quit now. What does that mean? Please do elaborate. All right. All things are at an end. The settlement lies abandoned. Make a really late lunch? Yeah, I mean, it is, 4 p.m. my time. So I'm going to go make me a real quick lunch. I'll put a marker in the VOD here. We'll play this again once it gets more updates. I mean, I really like the premise here, but it needs more work. I'm not an idiot. I'm a human being who knows how to eat food. Twitch ups. So thank you for your concern, but it is not warranted. And then when I get back, we'll figure out what we'll do for the evening. I don't know yet. I mean, we could do more of that